on September 15th. So August 15th, we release our assessment data and our accountability information preliminarily to our districts. And then on September 15th, that's a Monday, it is public. So be aware that obviously we're certainly hoping to see some growth across our state, and that will become public information on September 15th, following the internal release, validity, and conversation with the districts on August 15th. The last thing I'll just touch on is on the agenda, and it's related to the timeline for the state assessment system. This is also an agenda item that you have later. So I'll just be brief here to let you know that part of our responsibility as we look at the legislative session and the implementation is long-term and strategic. And so it's not a decision, but this is just an FYI that we're also pursuing whether or not we're eligible to do so, or if it's feasible to do so, to postpone this procurement 1 year. So in other words, keep the system that we have for 1 additional year, while all of the conversations around the Nevada School Performance Framework and the District Performance Framework, all of the Senate Bill 460, the design work is concluded. This is an order of operations. It's getting the framework and the values right, and then it's choosing the instrument or the solution at that time, rather than choosing an instrument and somehow being constrained by it during the design conversations that will occur over the next 12 months. So that's an FYI, but more information as we know it, but that's something that I'm considering and having conversations about here. So, Madam President, that concludes my report, and happy to provide back to you.
Thank you, Superintendent Canavero. Just a clarifying question about that, so that for everyone's understanding, the consideration, one of the conversations is possibly continuing to adopt, I believe it's the SBAC you're referencing to, for 1 year during this time of transition, while there's a lot to consider and for continuity's sake while some of those conversations are happening. Is that correct?
Steve Canavero, that is correct. Part of this process is determining whether or not it's just a continuation, which means that you would not need, we would not need approval. We could just continue the current system continuity while those conversations are occurring. But yes, largely that is totally accurate about the strategy and the timeline that we're considering moving forward with.
Wonderful, thank you. Thank you for that information. Moving on to agenda item 6. Agenda item 6 offers a historical overview of the State Board of Education's authority over the Superintendent of Public Instruction, and very timely considering we're going through the interview process. This information is provided based on a question raised at a previous meeting and fill in transparency about what has transpired to date. So you'll see that referenced in our board documents. Now we'll move on to agenda item 7, the consent agenda. I trust that our board members have had ample opportunity to review the consent agenda and the support materials. As a reminder, board members are asked to review all materials, plus clarification in writing. Any board member may pull an item for discussion, or we can approve them with a single motion. And for the board's awareness, item E has been pulled from the consent agenda and will be presented at a future meeting. Would the members like to pull any items for discussion, or may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Yes, this is Member Hughes. I just had a quick question about item D, the social emotional standards for pre-K.
Please proceed.
So I think my question was, I appreciate the work, and it looks like it was just really done in conjunction with other national sort of benchmarks and standards. It made a lot of sense. Appreciate the organization document. What I was trying to figure out is alignment, to what extent was there alignment with Portrait of a Learner? Because it sort of strikes me that every time, if that is a direction the state wants to go, every time we update standards, that's an opportunity to make sure that sort of they're trying across. And so it sounds like there was alignment across SEL standards for K-12, and this is sort of the beginning of that, but I was unclear from the document how that related to Portrait of a Learner characteristics. Seemed like there's some overlap, but I didn't see explicit call out of that. So we're just curious how that was informed in the work.
Rich Blackwell, this is Steve Canberra in the North. We have folks present to address this item if you wish to have them come up.
I do wish, thank you. I was looking up here to see who our experts may be, but if they're up north, please go ahead.
Thank you all, and if you just hit the button, it'll turn green, identifier, and then you can speak. Thank you.
Hi, good morning, Jana Moyer, Social Emotional Academic Development Education Programs Professional for the record. Yes, so the portrait of a learner was taken into account and sort of cross-referenced with not specifically the pre-K standards for social emotional learning, but was a part of the development of the the social emotional standards across pre-K 12 continuum. So if you look at the here. The executive summary. One of the things that you'll see is in table 2, we've got some of the changes to the pre-K standards. These are all done in alignment with the CASEL framework. And so there was an additional document that I can share with you. I don't actually have it with me at the time. But when you look at the CASEL framework, a lot of work was done around aligning with the portrait. And you can kind of see that the outcome of the portrait is really getting those students to thriving. I apologize. I got really nervous and flustered when I got up here. I mean, the short answer to your question is there's so much alignment, right? What we see in the portrait, it's really our collective vision of what we want to see from our students and really a lot of the qualities we hope for in our educators as well. And that's the same for SEL. And the social and emotional learning competencies and skills are what's going to help us, or one of the elements that help us get to the vision of the portrait and bring it to life. There was actually quite a bit of work done around that, and it's the one question I guess I really feel sort of unprepared to answer with the graphics. I've shared with Deputy McGill quite a bit the work that was done around this.
Sounds very mobile. Rachel Stefina, for the record, I'm the preschool development grant birth through 5 grant manager in our Office of Early Learning and Development. And just to add to Jana's answer, Member Hughes, and thank you for your question. There is a lot of natural alignment between the pre-kindergarten standards overall and the portrait of a learner. When we think of the early learning domains that the pre-kindergarten standards represent and the social emotional standards now being added to those 2023 revised standards that the board has previously reviewed and approved, we really look at that alignment to the developmental practices and the personalized competency-based learning and the portrait of a learner and how all of those things intersect and align across any child's early learning development, across that early learning continuum, but from ages 0 to 8, really. And so through our work at the Office of Early Learning and Development, we've participated alongside the development of the portrait of a learner in various regional conferences that have gone into developing that portrait. And we included those introductory materials in the social emotional learning standards document for pre-kindergarten for that reason, because we're releasing them 2 years after they've been revised. And so throughout those 2 years from the original 2023 pre-kindergarten standards revision, we've really been able to participate along the way and ensure that alignment to the portrait of a learner when there really is such natural alignment anyway. And then just wanted to conclude with the work of our office contributing to the Department of Education, many engagement opportunities to inform through our subject matter expertise based on the age of development and these standards and examples.
Great, thank you. That is helpful and clarifies what was on my mind. The one thing I would just share, and this is not specific to the work you all did, it's great work, by the way, and thank you for getting up there, and sorry for making me nervous, is really just to call out, I think, the broader thinking about the practitioner lens, making sure that the tools that they are using are all coherent And so as a state, if we are saying this is the direction we're going, which there's probably still some debate on that, but for sake of this, if that is the case, then I would love for us to see when we do revise standards, like let's call that out explicitly so that when you look at the collection of standards, pre-K to 12, they all make sense together. And then if I'm an educator, I can see the through line of those competencies that we're trying to develop, sort of work through their secondary experience. But appreciate the good work you all did.
Are there any other items the board members would like to discuss?
This is Member Orr. I just have a quick addition, and I really appreciate all of the work that went into these standards over the last few years, and I think that they're done really well. I would like to suggest that we might consider as a board always pulling standards as something that from the consent agenda, because I do think it's really important that we're informed and a part of a really robust process to look at the standards and make sure that there is alignment. And I think we've discussed as a board that it's one of our levers to pull in order to make change in schools. And so I think that in the future, I would appreciate if we were able to receive a presentation from the interested parties in the development of the standards, just so that we know more of them. But I think the standards are great. Thank you so much.
Member Orr, I don't know if you could tell, but when you made that recommendation, there was a lot of head nod down here in agreement. So thank you for sharing that. Any other items to be discussed? Seeing none, can I have a motion for approval?
Move to approve the consent agenda.
And review second.
Right, all in favor?
Aye.
Hi.
Any opposed? Seeing none, we'll move on to agenda item 8. So today is a big day, and we will discuss and take possible action on matters related to the state superintendent search. I want to thank all the board members for the time you have taken to meticulously review the materials submitted by the 19 candidates. I also want to thank Deputy Superintendent Ford and Angie Castellanos for all their support in preparing and organizing the materials. And most importantly, I want to thank the candidates themselves who submitted an application and for their commitment to public education. Participating in a process like this is not easy, and I commend each of you for bringing our expertise forward for our consideration. Thank you. There will be several votes that we need to take on our agenda under item 8, and you can see them outlined on the agenda. We will be taking them one by one. For each item, I will share specific details surrounding the item, identify key board documents related to that item, and offer a recommended starting point for the item's discussion. There are some documents that may support several items, so the board members may find them helpful across different items. The goal is to make it easy for the public to follow along as we work through each item and to provide the board with an organized and efficient approach to each item and the corresponding decisions. All right, so first, we will review and discuss the cumulative rubric scores derived from the candidate CVs and vision statements. Just a background. So over the past 4 days, Thursday to Sunday, to review the candidates CVs and vision statements. Each member submitted their scores, and they are all represented in the superintendent score matrix. This document here. Let's pull that up online. That would be helpful. So this document and the corresponding scores will help us select a slate of candidates. Please reference the document. It doesn't actually have a title, but just I'm calling it the superintendent score matrix. Looking at the scores before us, the top rated candidates in rank order appear to be candidate 11, 1, 16, 8 and 18. I believe they were similarly scored, and 7. Based on this information, we can make a motion to move forward with these top 6 candidates, or we can discuss individual candidates. So with this information, I will open it up for discussion and would appreciate comments thoughts from the board?
I would move to move forward with these top 6 candidates. Sorry.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Member Ford?
I think that we should have some discussion on that item. There's, the rubric, we talked about this a lot, that it's not just gonna be like, I think we all kind of agreed that we're not just gonna go with whatever the rubric says, because there's a lot more nuance to it. So, and another part of open meeting law is like constituents knowing why you voted a certain way. So I kind of think we have a duty to at least say why we're supporting those specific candidates or reference any other candidates that look interesting. I'm just seeing this top 6 right now, so I need a couple of minutes to look at it and compare it to my own notes. So if anyone has some thoughts, they can go ahead, but I probably will have some thoughts and comments. So I know we have we have a motion and a second, but I'm not gonna just, support moving forward just based on the rubric without any context. But we have to vote on it, I guess, but I would be a no on it at this time.
Okay, any other comments, thoughts, reflections from board members? And up north, you've turned really small on my computer screen, so member Hoare, if you have any comments, please jump in at will. I'm seeing and hearing none from any board members. So I will loop back to member Ford if you would like to provide any additional comments. Otherwise, as you said, we do have a motion and a second on the floor with no additional discussion.
So if it was to not pass, then you'd have to re-look at who we wanted to go forward, is my understanding. Personally, we had a couple of discussions about this, and there were some things that I wanted to include in the rubric, but were not included. And, one of those things was like a strong allegiance to public education. And so some of the candidates who ranked really high don't show that, and in fact have, it appears to be a background in ideologies and also organizations that have historically not supported public education. Additionally, I had pushed for the board to discuss what our personal preference in a leader would look like before we open the applications. We never had that deep of a discussion, but if it was up to me, I would prefer somebody who has recent classroom experience, and I would trade that over somebody that already has experience leading a large district or at a state level, because I'm not looking for more of the same. I'm looking for somebody who, maybe had recent principal experience, educator experience, and apply that context to real changes and come into the role and learn from the ground up rather than come in with a playbook they have located in other places. So that's my opinion of it. And if given the chance, if the board was to not approve this, there's a few candidates who are not in that top 6 that I would want to consider interviewing, who are based on their applications, current principals and educators in Nevada. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, member Ford, for sharing that context. We will take this vote, and then if the vote does not pass, we'll move back to delve into this further. So currently, we have a motion and a second to adopt these top 6 candidates. Favor?
Aye.
Aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Opposed, me.
Okay, any abstentions? Okay. Member Braxton abstains. Okay, so we have five in favor, sorry, 6 in favor. We have 5 in favor. Member Ford was a nay. Member Hudson is an abstention. Okay, the motion passes. So this will be our slate of 6 candidates moving forward to the interview phase. All right, that was 8A. Now, I propose we take the next two items out of order. Selecting the performance task first will help guide our selection of the interview questions themselves. Ensuring that we don't choose questions that the candidates may have already addressed in detail during the performance task and associated rubric. So moving on, we will finalize the performance task next. Please see the documents 8I, Superintendent Search Draft Performance Tasks, and 8H, Sample Performance Tasks Rubric. The board has received drafts of 3 possible tasks on that form. 1 relative to statewide vision and strategic priorities briefing. 2 relative to fiscal planning and policy advocacy. And a 3rd task relative to system level initiative design for student outcomes. Members may select one of these suggested tasks or propose additional tasks for consideration. And based on the tasks provided, my recommendation would be that we consider eliminating performance task option 1. Since it very closely aligns to the vision statement we had candidates submit, it may not lend itself to gathering additional key information. But I'll leave it up to the board to have that conversation, and I'll turn it over to members for input. Member Moore.
Thank you. I believe that it would be correct to move away from number 1 as we have read each of their vision statements. And I believe that their vision should come through loud and clear as they present their performance task and answer questions. For performance task 2, I would like to hear a little bit of discussion on the idea of telling the candidate which 5 major initiatives they should allocate $500 million towards. I think I would prefer to give them perhaps a number of initiatives and let them define what those are within the budget, because I would want their vision to be clearly aligned to the budget items that they're using, and right to not redefine those then. But I would love to hear any other.
Thank you, Member Orr. Member Hughes would like to jump in on that.
Yeah, Member Hughes, for the record, I would concur with 1 being duplicative, so would be in favor of not focusing on that one as well. And then I think I agree, Member Moore, with what you're saying about number 2 as well. Like, to me, it felt like it wasn't complex enough. If we go with this, so there's something like additional information we need to provide them, or some additional context, or like some constraints you need to put in there. I don't know if that's exactly what you're saying, but that one seemed like it could be promising, but also felt like maybe it was missing some key pieces. The one other thing I would share is, as I was thinking about performance task 3, which to me was the one that stood out to me the most, because I felt like it sort of goes deeper than the vision statement that they provided, but like helps to think about strategic thinking and implementation and a bunch of more complexities of the role. One question I had was whether there was actually an option, or whether we could think about somehow including a budget component in number 3. So it's about like strategy, how would you implement that, and then something additional to sort of assess their budget understanding without having that as like a standalone task. So that doesn't directly address what you're saying, Member Orr, but sort of concurred, like if that was a standalone, something needs to be added to it.
Thank you, Vice President Hughes. I'm looking down the line here. Member Braxton.
I'd like to see some instructional experience with studying. Not just invention hands-on and addressing these versus diverse communities is also necessary, especially with opportunities along time, doing all by subsidies That with some cases, there is a exclusion. So, just something.
Yes, thank you. You referenced question 5. I just want to clarify that we're on the sample performance tasks for candidate.
Sorry.
It's okay, you're jumping ahead.
I am.
You're forward thinking. I
I'm
like it.
excited about taking in our community.
Excellent. Any other comments about the performance task? Looking this.
President Dockweiler.
Please, go ahead, member.
This member, or I agree with Vice President Hughes that performance task 3 is the one that most interests me. And I think we'll see the highest level of strategic thinking through that question. But based on what Member Braxton just mentioned, I do think we could add to this and make sure that they are attending to diverse populations, but more importantly, to the variances between school districts in their planning. I would say, going back to our last agenda item, that one weakness I saw throughout the application was maybe a lack of understanding of how distinct each of the districts are and how difficult it can be to have a one-size-fits-all approach to implementation of a statewide plan. And so I think if we could add that to performance task 3, and perhaps small budget item, a small budget summary to performance task 3, that we would hit a lot of the ideas that we're hoping to hit. Thank you.
Thank you, member 4. So what I'm hearing is so far it sounds like board members are in support largely of performance task 3, with an additional 2 bullets under the prompt to address diversity, whether of our student population and community, and also a bullet for budgetary consideration. Member 4.
I just wanted to remind the board members that during the discussion initially, not just myself, but several other members had expressed interest in somebody that had recent classroom experience. So I don't see any of that reflected in here. And are you open to somebody who hasn't been in a classroom for 20 years? Or are we looking for somebody who, has been in the last 5 years? I think the board should discuss that. I don't know where that would fit in, but I remember multiple people had expressed that interest. Was wondering if they still share that sentiment or not.
Thank you, member 4. And that aligns with member Braxton, I think, was going. And I guess my question to the board in regards to that is, would that be appropriate for the performance task, or should that be embedded within one of the interview questions? I know, member, do you have a follow-up?
I am going to follow.
And then we'll go to member Hughes.
Thank you. I just want to say that with addressing the needs of our diverse public and small communities, it is important to, or it would be important, that's my hands-on application structure needs. And that would be teaching experience. Right. So just want to make sure that that's fully acknowledged. That's what I'm talking about. And it can be part of the interview. Well, I hope that it would be part of the interview questions, but performance, let's do it. What we want. You're the first guy.
I just want to, appreciate both those comments. The way I was thinking about that, and again, maybe there's some ways to embed that, or think about the questions, is I sort of think for multiple questions when we get to those, the thing I would be interested in, like, what is informing that perspective, right? And I think that's the way you sort of understand, like, is it I've spent time in these particular communities? Is it I've spent time in classrooms? Is it I've run large systems? Like, for me, what's underneath how they're responding the way, so I would sort of want to take that lens to the questions we're going to go through next and make sure we can get that kind of information that what's informing that belief or perspective. Because I think that would be very enlightening, right, about where that candidate is coming from. So I totally agree that that is an important part of this process, is understanding kind of their experience and relevance.
Member Dawson, I agree. I think in the bullet points under designing a 3-year statewide initiative,
That includes, I think we can add to that, that includes diversity and diverse districts as well as community engagement. I think we can add those things in there, but I think we can also, we'll be able to see in this performance task as well as, through questions, their strategies and evidence-based interventions that they have used to see their understanding of, classroom techniques and things like that, as well as their use of data. So I think we put it in here, see if they address it on their own, then we can also address it in a question. And that will show their classroom experience and what they've done in the past to help, address these gaps as well, having diversity and you give them a choice to show that in a performance task and a question.
Okay, so it sounds like we're still all looking at performance task 3, which is good. It sounds like we've kind of narrowed it down to that particular task. I haven't heard any support for any of the other 2, or this looks like what we're looking at. So I want to be very clear about what we're asking them to do within the prompt. So we have these 5 bullets already. The last one saying considerations for PCBE integration where applicable. I'm looking for specific language for the additional bullets we've talked about. Make sure that when this task is presented to us, we get the information that we're hoping to get. Don't wish that it had said something else. So if anyone would like to offer specific language for one of the bullets that you remember use.
So because I don't have exact language, I'm gonna try in real time here. So I was thinking maybe number 3, the third bullet, implementation timeline and responsible actors. That's the place you can maybe address like specific communities. So it's like implementation timeline, responsible actors, and any additional variations in strategy based upon community needs or something that intends to like specific communities. That might be the place to insert that.
Thank you. I think that's very encompassing. Any other suggestions or bullet modification or bullet addition?
This is member, or if we could just not include acronyms and make sure that we're very clear on what we're asking about, that would also be great. Thank you.
Good catch. Thank you. Okay, seeing no additional suggestions, I will accept a motion. Oh, member Ford, please. I guess I'll just put on the record that I would give a bunch of suggestions, but of the 6 that we chose, there's really no point in modifying them because none of them have any type of recent classroom experience whatsoever, and 4 out of 6 of them are tied to national organizations that are companies and education management companies. So I would love to be more involved in this process right now. However, it doesn't really matter. So thank you. Thank you, member Ford. Anybody else? Or would somebody like to make a motion? I will make a motion to move forward with performance task 3 with the additions that member Hughes mentioned on the 3rd bullet, and with an additional bullet relative to budgetary considerations and diverse student backgrounds.
I will say.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Or any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. That passes. Next, we will move on to, and just a reminder, we flipped B and C. So now we'll move on to 8C, which is really 8B. We will finalize the interview questions and scoring rubrics. Please reference the documents 8E, final interview questions, and 8F, superintendent interview rubric. So you'll also see an additional document at your seats here for our board members. And we can pull that up certainly to share with the public. As a leadership team, Vice President Hughes, Clerk Hudson, and I put together a draft of 7 questions for the board's consideration. Please note, this is just a starting point for the conversation to narrow it down from the 29 questions that were on the overall list. The Crawford list has 1 question falling within each of the 7 high leverage priority domains that the board identified, but some of the questions may rework to incorporate elements from another question. The draft 7 questions highlight topics of importance without being redundant to maximize the breadth and scope of what we hope to learn from a future state superintendent of public instruction. So based on this information, I open this item up. I'll bring this information forward. So the questions, if you're looking at the 29, you'll see on the screen here. We're looking at starting the conversation with question 3. With some combined elements from question 5. Excuse me, question 3, question 5, question 20. Question 7 and question 28. Question 18 and 25. I'll open this up for conversation. Please go ahead.
Thank you. This is member Land for the record. As a member of the board, I'd like to possibly suggest including a question in this interview that focuses on intergenerational integration in school, specifically like how the candidate plans to support and amplify student voice in decision making, seeing as their decisions would impact students all around the state. So I think this kind of question can help us identify a leader who truly values leadership. So thank you.
Nice.
Thank you, Member Land. Thank you, Member Land, for that input. That's incredibly important, and we value bringing that forward. Go over to Member Ford now, and forgive us if there's some delay. We're having some microphone issues. Hello, is this thing on? I just want to say that I think we should keep number 24 and 25. Again, the board never really discussed what exactly is important to us or what our boundaries are, or like bare minimums, but I think we need to focus in on Nevada, not necessarily experience in other large districts or states. I mean, are there any other large districts or states that we want to start being like? We just heard from Carson City that they're seeing success with Portrait of a Learner. So I think that it would be nice if the board agreed that we want somebody who seems to be in favor of continuing Portrait of a Learner and is familiar with it and has a vision that's going to align with the work that we've been doing at a bare minimum. And anybody that comes in without that, I think would not be the perfect person for us. So I am in favor of keeping those, I believe it's number 23 and 24 in there. Okay, any other board members? Thoughts relative to the questions? Please.
This remuneration. First, fine, so it's frankly trust just a little bit more things to synthesize what we're looking at. Truth, I just
Not a problem. this is an important item for us to make decisions on. So let's go ahead and take a 5-minute convenience break and we'll reconvene at 10:21.
Which one is? Two. What's time? Oh, you. Yeah, that's gonna be. Okay, here.
Brandon, I wanted to take a from our down. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, no, I see this. Very good conversation. Very nice to meet you, Joanna. And your ass is gonna be my home. Yeah.
Yeah. Is yeah.
His flights. Where they hear that. And there's.
Like Vegas, just letting you know that you're the microphone on there. If it's attended, that's fine, but otherwise you on turn
And then we'll. Yeah. You're a challenge. You're new to the procedure. I literally choose to use them all. So I think it's a chance. It's a fascinating space. Staying market, he's given the. On part. This is yeah. Like your legs. If you see, that's what's from your Christians. I think so. A lot of people that's yeah. It's. There's like probably didn't see this thing. I think it seems like I understand that lots of experience. I have people who wants to figure out. Yeah, it takes a little bit from my, it's like. Just watching. I try. So, but I think really. From my way, the whole necessary and there. There's still some. Yeah, maybe it's really nice. It's not. These are just I know. So you can help it out to prevention. Already that's. So I said, all stupid. Yes, so it's time. It's like you're just there. Oh, so no, that's it's not like a huge like I like I don't know. I'll go for
Okay, I appreciate everyone's patience as we took a break to spend thorough amount of time in addition to our previous prep time, really looking at these questions and considering some of the information that has been shared with us already on this item. So we'll go back to revisiting our interview questions along within each of the 7 high priority domains we have identified. I will turn to board members to see if they have input that they would like to share from their team. Member Braxton.
Member Braxton, for the record, as I look through the 7 questions that are suggested, I can't help but think about other questions and the opportunity or possibility of having 10 questions, not 7. And the reason being is that my top choice questions, I'll just tell you, are question 1, 5, 6, 7, 12, 15, 18. That's my list. And I don't think we went through before the full range of questions and then ranking the top 7 or top 10 from our personal list, personal recommendations. And I see that because, for example, I look at question 12. Question 12 simply states, what is your experience with using accountability systems and data to drive continuous improvements? And we have to, it's necessary to have that accountability. I know SB 460 does address that accountability piece as well. And so having a person who understands the importance of data to drive continuous improvements is one thing, but a person who understands how to read it and then from that recommend implementation, I think it's also important. There's also the item I'm going to hear 15, right? How have you supported the educator workforce, including reducing licensure delays and improving recruitment and retention of high quality professionals? I know that as a board, you've expressed the importance of maintaining excellent educators, but also recruiting excellent educators, for that. So my list of preferred questions is different. It's slightly different than what you're here.
Thank you, Member Braxton. Member Hughes.
Member Hughes, for the record. Yeah, it was an impossible task to try to take 30 plus questions and narrow it down. The one thing I would also just have us think about is some of the things that we care about individually, we're thinking may come up within some of these questions, and if they don't, that is also very telling, right? So as an example, just to use the one you gave, Member Braxton, so like Q3, large term or large scale effort, improve student outcomes, what measurable results, what strategies did you use, what was your role? So like, I would hope that, and maybe this becomes a rubric, that somebody would talk about the role of educator workforce in those strategies, right? If they don't, that's also evidence, right? And so some of this, I think, also becomes in how we craft the rubric to make sure that like, because I think also accountability could come up that, right? So we try to think about the question that there were opportunities for some of the other questions to be linked to. That's not to say we shouldn't swap some of them out because we should, right? But just wanted to name like that was sort of the thought process when we tried the impossible task of narrowing down.
Thank you, and Member Braxton, for the record, just want to point out, Q5 as being very important. If you notice, I'm pushing these questions here, but Q5 states, what is your strategic vision for improving outcomes in Nevada, particularly for underserved student groups? There are English learners, students with disabilities, and students experiencing homelessness. And during these changing times, we have concerns about all of that, you know, in addition to mental health issues.
Thank you, Member Braxton. And for everyone's awareness on question 5 and anywhere else where it mentions English learners, we have updated that to read as multilingual learners. Not seeing anyone else. Oh, Member Orr, please, go ahead.
Thank you. Member Orr, for the record, I do think that because we're doing this as a public body and for the public, these interviews should include some sort of introductory statement from the candidate. So I know that there's a performance task, but if they could situate themselves with just a few minutes of their background and who they are and their basic vision before we jump into what problems they see in Nevada and how they want to solve them, I think that that would be helpful for the public. We've all spent a lot of time looking through all of these resumes ourselves, but I think that if someone is watching live stream, just to give them a little bit of context about who the person is could be helpful. And then the only other thing that I would say is I do think these questions are good. I think we'll get a lot out of them. Although not everything that we could want, but I would suggest changing the order of the questions as they come to make better sense for the candidates, to maybe start with something like what you think is the most pressing issue and then move forward, just so that we really understand at the very beginning of the conversation what this person kind of stands for before we get into some more nitty-gritty things like how they will collaborate around issues or who, like when they think of the portrait of a learner, I think it makes sense to maybe reorder the question. Thank you.
No, Member Orr, thank you. I think those are two great recommendations. If we do move forward with a question relative to their most pressing issue, having them frame that up makes sense. And then also, I love pre-question question. Tell us about your background. Tell us about yourself. And I think that makes sense to add at the very beginning of our formal questioning list. Member Ford.
Thank you. I would like to modify question 18, be a little bit more specific, and then I also think we should add that to the beginning of the line of questioning. Instead of saying how familiar are you with Nevada's portrait of a learner and academic frameworks, how would you ensure Nevada's approach evolves while remaining grounded in the whole child philosophy? I essentially want to confirm whether or not they are on board with continuing Nevada's portrait of a learner, and if we can merge question 24 that wasn't included in here, which says, what's your vision for the Department of Education over the next 3 to 5 years? What does meaningful progress look like? We could merge that with question 18, and it would be like, how familiar are you with Nevada Portrait of a Learner? And how do you see Nevada Portrait of a Learner evolving over the next 3 to 5 years? What will meaningful progress look like? So, will we be fully implemented throughout the state? Will it just still be a couple of districts? And then that's going to assume that the board is collectively on board with continuing Portrait of a Learner, which we haven't fully confirmed, but I believe we are. So that would be a good
merge of those two questions, and I would satisfy me. Thank you. Thank you, Member Ford, for that recommendation. I took a note that the actual language that you read for combining them was set at 10:30 a.m. We can go back and pull that language perfectly from what you have provided. Anybody else like to jump in? Else?
I would support member Ford's recommendation, just that, just because, a lot of the school districts have not been. So anymore, there's a very wide stance, so I think that, to do a student like this is our vision's going, I think would really open up a lot more, sometimes it's not, this you're kind of laying flat out.
Member Dos Owens, thank you.
I appreciate these suggestions, and I feel like in, question 3, we could incorporate some of 24 if we wanted, if that, you know, what number 4 is saying, or have that separate. Question 20, I feel like, that it address accountability, but in that question, we could incorporate, which I think is an important point, is the recruitment and retention of teachers. What is your plan? I feel like that would be great to hear what their insights are on that. And then taking our student representative, Ivana's suggestion too, if we wanted to, we could add in on question 18 or as a separate question. What is your plan for intergenerational collaboration and student voice and elevating student voice? As she said, that could kind of go with that portrait of a learner, perhaps, section. So trying to keep it again down to 7, but noting where there's some overlap, where there could be some slide out.
Wonderful, thank you for those suggestions. All right, so keeping us organized, keeping myself organized. Gonna reflect back on some of what I am hearing. So under visionary and instructional leadership, that category, we've had some discussions around question 3, and it sounds like there could be some additions made there, but largely it sounds like this is an item in this domain that is agreeable to board members. And if not, we would like to hear feedback on how to make it agreeable. Not necessarily right in this moment, unless it's prepared, but I just want to kind of summarize what I've heard going down this list. So under equity and student success, we've talked about question 5, and there's been some support for that item. Haven't we heard any other additions? And under organizational and systems leadership, relative to question 20, looking at the statewide initiatives across 17 diverse districts, the additional language there, and then also building in a question about recruitment and retention of teachers, or encompassing of educators, and then political and fiscal savvy category. We have question 7 outlined here. We haven't really talked about that category, so we can revisit that. Stakeholder engagement and communication, question 28, relative to collaborating with the state board of education. It seems important and relevant to this board. Under innovation and modernization, talking about question 18, building in some of the language that Member Ford mentioned from question 24, and then the philosophical clarity on political direction, question 25. Someone captured something I haven't, or is there something I'm missing that we need to capture?
Did you mention, Member Bronson for the record? Did you mention, question
15? I did not, but I was remiss. I forgot to add integrational collaboration and student voice under innovation and modernization. But question 15, if you have it up.
Oh, I do have it. It says, how have you supported educator workforce, including reducing licensure fees?
So I believe that's the one that Member Dawson Owens had requested be incorporated into under organizational and systems leadership with question 20.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, catch.
Member Hudson, for the record, since you said you didn't talk about political. Question number 7, just on record, I just like question number 7 only because it reveals the decision making and resource
along with the way they're gonna navigate politically. But then I also like 16 only because it ties experience to Nevada's specific system. That is just essential for our state. So I don't know if anyone else has 16, I'll just it will be this high end, but since we're looking at the state of Nevada, we want something to make sure they are aligned with our goals and systems.
Member Braxton, for the record, I did have question 7. Perhaps. And I'm particularly interested in the second part of understanding stakeholder buy-in and constraints, managing those constraints. I think part of the transparency aspect of the position requires understanding and having stakeholder.
I agree. We might want to consider what stakeholder means, because in my experience, it's very broad, and somebody might say, I'm getting stakeholder input, and then they come back and they're like, oh, we talked to the business community, we talked to this group of 5 educators, and it wasn't reflective of the broader community. So you might want to just specify what that means.
Member Braxton, for the record, there's the what and the how of that question, right? So who are our stakeholders when we look at the centered approach, student-centered approach? It's all of these supports of our students that would include parents, educators, and supporting our school system, our public school system. When we look at our workforce, there are opportunities to include integration of, let's say, our businesses and our unions as well, for technical education, for example. So looking at, in my mind, I'm thinking of Gromberg's ecological model, student success, right? And so you have the student at the center, and then there are supports coming from that center.
So Member Hughes, one other recommendation I was going to make to something you said, President Dockweiler, is question. I kind of feel like maybe the student voice piece maybe fits better with 28. And while we certainly want to know about collaboration with the state board, since the category is stakeholder engagement and communication, to me, I wonder if we say how do we collaborate with the state board? What other groups would you regularly collaborate with? What role would students play in that? Or something to that effect, where we sort of capture all the different sort of stakeholder engagement together, just to like how we'll flow and trying to bring these kinds of questions together that might not naturally fit.
Wonderful. It's a great conversation. I so appreciate each of you offering these suggestions. I think it's definitely making our interview questions stronger, and we'll get more robust answers from our candidates. Okay, I'm going to give this one more go after Member Dawson Owens has some thoughts, and then I'll re-summarize.
Thank you. Since I think that's a great idea on 28, I think we could expand that to be how would you collaborate with state board of education. I'm not sure if it's elsewhere, but policymakers, leaders, right, and as well as the student voice piece. I like that.
Okay, I'm going to give this another go. Please jump in, correct me, add things as we go, and we'll make it happen. All right, so under visionary and instructional leadership, we have question 3 with the integrated elements of the additional questions, the typo here. But what was added was, how did your efforts close achieve gaps across various student groups? So that seems to be something that we had some cohesion around. Under equity and student success, we have question 5 with English learners reworded to multilingual learners. Under organizational and leadership, we have question 20, combined elements of 11, and then 15 regarding recruitment, retention of educators. Forgive me, I should have paused after each one. Yeah. Good till now. Okay.
Just so we're all clear, whoever made the suggestion on question 20, could we, you don't have to wordsmith it perfectly, but how would we combine those, trying to make sure that it, to the candidate, that it feels clear, like we're asking both about sort of the diversity of districts, accountability, relationships, educator workforce, like, can someone just walk me through how those, like, what the wording might be?
I feel like at the bottom, it number of elements that you could add, so. How would you implement statewide initiatives across 17 districts? How would you balance both enforcing policy and accountability measures while also maintaining strong collaborative relations with districts? And what measures would you take to reduce licensure delays and support improving teacher recruitment and retention, high quality professionals? It's a lot in that question. That's to the point I think that Member Johnson, and I feel that would be helpful to have them address. So as you're planning across the 17 diverse districts, how do you address recruitment and retaining of teachers? That's going to go across some home, but the licensure piece is also going to be at the state level. Reducing those delays. There's two parts in there, but I feel like you could tackle in there, or we can make another question.
Yeah, that is super helpful. And yeah, that's where my mind went, is like, even though we don't want to add, we're trying to not add a lot of questions or any potentially, because we'll have to adjust the timing. Do we just add a separate question around educator workforce still under Oregon system leadership? Just to make sure that that is like given its own weight, might be another approach. But yeah, that makes sense.
Member Dawson, yes, if you wanted to add more weight, that definitely would create more weight for it. And I'm fine with doing the 10, right? 10 is a nice even number. I feel like that's where we need to be.
As a Braxton, I agree with that. Yeah, having a separate question would imply focus and weight.
So I'm going to make a suggestion. I think that all makes a lot of sense. So under organizational systems leadership, we'll have two items. One is question 20, as you see written here, that incorporates elements of question 11. But then a second question 15. Okay. Beautiful, done. Well, I'm not done, but go ahead, Brenda Orr.
Thank you. I do just have one slight critique about the recruitment and retention of educators, because I believe that much of that work is done at the district level, and I understand having a vision for how the state could support that, but it feels out of the scope of the natural duties of this position, and to spend a lot of time on a question that isn't central to the role of state superintendent just feels like we might be kind of taking time away from other questions that are more salient to the exact position.
Yeah, as Member Hughes, I did have it similar, like it gets very technical and in the weeds, right, around the role of the state versus the role of districts. But I do wonder if a slight modification might be sort of like, how do you create the systems, or how do you create the conditions so that the educator workforce is supported, that we're able to produce like something about the conditions in the environment is really more the role that NDE plays, and then the districts are doing sort of like day-to-day operational pieces. So maybe with a slight addition there, that sort of frames it in to be more aligned with the role. I don't know if you agree with that or not, but just one thought.
And so in our qualifications that we send out and the responsibilities, it does say strengthen the educator workforce, which we want to refrain it in a way, strengthening the educator workforce and see how they address them. And then obviously the licensing is very much.
Or I want to circle back and see if those two kind of reframing the question helps get to what your concern was.
Yes, absolutely. I think as long as we are looking at a broader vision of supporting the workforce through department initiatives, I think that makes a lot of sense. Thank you.
Just a quick, Member Hudson, just a quick comment. Just to be aware, only because I'm part of the ambassadors, the Department of Education do have a recruitment mechanism that the superintendent should know about, or how to recruit, how to support, because we do go out like from
I'm calling and emailing people from out of state overseas to get them to Nevada. So it's not just the workforce, they are recruiting people for these districts as well. So they do need to have an understanding because we don't want anybody just to fill in the seats. So just so you guys are aware that they do that work as recruiting as well.
Member Dawson, I think that's a very valid point, because I think we want to have that collaboration, we want to have that brainstorming of doing better and having better ways of bringing educators here, so thank you for that. It can be put in the question and see, maybe they come from another state where they do it a little bit from your house, and you haven't heard of, or maybe they're here and have some ideas.
All right, well, that was good.
I do have one more comment.
Okay, member Orr, go ahead.
I apologize. I should just fly down to Vegas if this is easier. Thank you for taking another comment. I think that one of the issues that we've discussed as of late is the efficiency study and all that was learned from it. And I believe the department is really embracing the learnings of that study. But I wonder if it makes more sense to talk about the superintendent's role in supporting recruitment and retention of great state employees that service the school districts in many ways, and really improving the culture and efficiency between the offices at the NDE. So just again, like this person's role will be over, approximately 300 employees that then provide services to the district. And so those employees are also very important in this conversation. So that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, member Orr, that's great. So the second question under organizational leadership, what I'm synthesizing, what I'm hearing is that there could be kind of three components to the recruitment and retention. Question one, recruitment and retention of NDE staff itself. B2, state level systems to support educator recruitment and retention. And then also direct support to districts as needed as they have their individual recruitment and retention efforts that they have underway. So those three different buckets kind of encompass what would be appropriate for this item.
Member Braxton, I agree. Experience.
Okay. Any other thoughts or comments? Again, this is not the be all end all. We're just summarizing and working through these, but under organizational and systems leadership, any additional thoughts or comments? All right, seeing none, moving on to political and fiscal savvy. We had talked about having question 7 and incorporating question 16 into this item as well. Thoughts, questions? Seeing none, moving on to stakeholder engagement and communication. This would include question 28, while also incorporating aspects of collaboration with intergenerational collaboration, student voice, and policymakers. Okay. Moving on to innovation and modernization.
Member Braxton.
Oh, please, go ahead.
I apologize. I'm looking for the question that's specifically talking about stakeholder buy-in. And see if that may have been included in the other questions. Question 7. So question 7 states, share a time when you had to make difficult budget decisions to align with priorities. Stakeholder buy-in. That question 7, your proposal for that stakeholder engagement and communication. I believe
Right, so I think what you're saying is that it's a little bit redundant if we include it in stakeholder engagement and communication, because we're already asking it under political and fiscal study. Oh, no, that's a good point though. So stakeholder engagement communication would include more specifically focus on question 28 regarding the state board, intergenerational collaboration, and student voice, not necessarily policymakers, because that would be included in the previous domain under political and fiscal savvy.
Thank you. Thanks for the clarification. Okay.
Yes. Okay. I just want to make sure I'm understanding you correctly.
You know, and I guess I needed a bit more clarification between the two, right? Because if we're looking at budgetary items, it's not just fiscal savvy. There is this idea of transparency and communication. And so I just wanted to make sure that that was expressed in under stakeholder engagement and communication, that budgetary decisions that are made, that there's an understanding of why they're made and who it affects, and then what those outcomes would be. You know, when we look at funding used to close achievement gaps, for example, and that could be under question 5, or it could be under question 7. So I'm just emphasizing the need for having the speeds from state at time that transparency.
Well, I think what you're outlining makes sense, because under political and fiscal savvy, that could also be one area where policymaker, the buy-in and manage constraints, budgetary constraints within that window, but then also the next domain here is really collaboration and communication, and that's different than how you manage fiscal issues. So we could include it under.
Excellent, thank you. If not, we would have lobbyists basically communicating everything they wanted without having input from our communities or families and educators.
All right, just to recap then, so under stakeholder engagement and communication, again, it would be question 28, plus intergenerational collaboration, student voice and policy.
Yes.
Under innovation and modernization, we have question 18, along with elements of question 24. Okay, and then the last one under philosophical clarity on policy direction, question 25. And we're going to talk about the order that we ask the questions in another agenda item, or later on in the agenda item. Right now, we're just finalizing the questions themselves. Does anyone have any input or thoughts on what I just said? Member Hughes?
So Member Hughes, I just wanted to loop back. I think that captures everything I had in my notes. I think we got it. Just Member Orr's point about, and I think that just the introduction frame, you just sort of tucked it in that first question of like, tell us a little bit about your background. I don't know about the formal question, but just want to make sure we don't lose that back to the order.
This is Member Orr, and I just have one final comment. As these questions are drafted, it might be a good idea to have a more open-ended question at the beginning, and then in parentheses, please consider this in your response. Some of these questions are sounding quite long, and I understand that because it's on public record, people have the ability to look at them ahead of time, but I think we should try to be as clear as possible when we are interviewing people on what the overarching question is, and then allow people to take into account all of these considerations in their response, rather than having paired questions. Thank you.
So Member Orr, I'm curious, what would you recommend that those parentheses include?
Thank you. Well, I guess as we have added so many pieces to each of these questions, I think that it might make sense even for the original question 3, for instance. It says, describe a time when you led a large scale effort that significantly improved student outcomes. And then maybe it's like, consider results, strategies, your role in collaborations, achievement gaps. I just feel like otherwise some of these are incredibly long questions that I defer to the board if they believe that the initial question needs to include several questions.
Thank you, Member Orr. That helped me conceptualize what you were mentioning, and I think that makes a lot of sense. So maybe instead of literally just combining questions, that we make them more concise as we combine, so that it's not, like you said, paragraph long question. Does that speak to what you were getting at? Okay, I see it. Yeah, okay. And to that point, I actually think it would be smart as the questions are being drafted in a more final form that we designate a board member, or I'm happy to do it as board president, to work with the Department of Ed on that language. The board to assist with those efforts. Member else.
I would like to move that we move forward with the recommendations that we were just discussed and the questions, giving President Dockweiler and Vice President Hughes the ability to work with the department and Lisa in finalizing the documents prior to the hearings.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second? Member Braxton. Member Braxton of the second. Any additional discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Seeing none, any abstention? Okay, see none. Very good, so we'll move on to 8D. Now, before we move on to the structure of day of the interview themselves, let's confirm the interview schedule, including dates, times, and duration for the formal interviews. There is no specific board document for this item. Should any of you be looking, this is just a conversation. For the date, looking at NDE schedule and the room availability, I would propose interview dates for August 28th and August 29th. So Thursday and a Friday. Given the number of applicants advancing, we will need to schedule interviews with, I would propose, over a duration of 2 days. And that would ensure that each candidate has adequate time for a thorough interview, and the day doesn't become a 14-hour day. Regarding the timing, I would suggest we could either bring in 3 candidates each day, we could bring in 4 first day and 2 the second day, both days beginning at 8 a.m., just like our regular board meetings do, with deliberation and decision regarding the 3 names to move forward to the governor, immediately following the last candidate on day 2. So that's a broad overview of the potential schedule, but I very much would appreciate feedback and input from board members. You get those 2 days in? Yes, definitely. August 28th, that should be Thursday, and August 29th, Friday. And again, I anticipate you would do rather full days. So I would, on your calendar, potentially block out the entire 2 days. Any thoughts, comments up north? Or?
I agree and think it makes sense to do 4 interviews on Thursday, 2 on Friday with our discussion deliberation after. Thank you.
You, okay, 4 and 2, anybody's for 4 and 2, 3 and 3, any other?
Just for us, I do have conflict to 2. So I don't know if it's possible, if you anticipate we get it done by 12 on Friday, probably not.
I wouldn't want to promise that.
Or and if we met after 2, that would be too long, so and I wonder if it isn't fair and to do 3 and 3 so that it's just kind of the equal format, seeing attention and tiredness of our members here. Spur off.
Yes, good. It's good thoughts. Anybody else have member report? I guess it just depends. Are we gonna do 3 and then discuss, and then do 3 and then discuss? And if not, then we should do 4 the first day to split the discussion. Great question. I believe, and we'll get into the run of show and talk about specifics on within this item, but I think in general, the discussion would happen at the very end, not midway through. Let's say that in the microphone. If we do 3 and 3 with the discussion on the final day, then the last day will be a very long day. So I think the suggestion of doing 4 and the first to do the second day with the discussion on the second day makes more sense.
Member Braxton from Merkin, so if I'm hearing you correctly, the full discussion of all of the candidates would happen after the interviews of all the candidates, is that correct?
Yes, and we will have our rubrics and scoring materials for each candidate that will get submitted as we go. So we won't wait until the end of day 2 to score the candidate we prefer first on Thursday.
Sure,
Yeah.
so.
But the actual conversation would happen day 2. Sorry to jump in.
No worries, no worries. So thanks for the clarification. So we have our interviews, we'll be able to use the rubrics to score. And then after all of the candidates have been interviewed, we would be able to deliberate as a board, all of our commentary. Okay.
Yes, and all of that, all the interviews, all the deliberation will all be part of the public meeting, public record for everyone to participate in and to listen. So I'm continuing to look at my board members. Any other thoughts about, we're having some conversation about 3 and 3 or 4 and 2.
It's something I agree with the 4 and 2 process, is when we get the majority of the vote and then when we just make the troops, especially on the state. Yeah.
Okay, unless there's any other discussion on this item, I would accept a motion on the schedule for the interviews. I'll move that we interview for the first day to the second day with whole board public discussion on the second day. And then the rest of the 28th and the 29th comments. Thank you, Member Dawson Owens. I'll second that. Okay, excellent. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstention? Okay. So that passes. So everybody mark your calendars, August 28th and 29th, starting at 9 a.m. both days. Okay. Now we will move on to 8E. Now we will, in addition to the format, the second part of the format question, we need to determine whether the interviews will be conducted in person, virtually, or in a hybrid format. And I will provide some additional information for the board that we have support funds to have all of our board members present in one place. So member 4, you could be with us on the day of these interviews. It would be amazing. And so we can all be in one room for having those conversations and meeting the candidates. So additional information, there's no board document for this item either. But additional background for the board, historically, travel reimbursements have not been provided to the candidates applying for the state superintendent's of public instruction position. And our interview process will follow in the same manner. In other words, candidates will be financially responsible for covering their own travel costs. So given this information, I will open up this item for discussion about whether to hold the interviews in person, online, or hybrid format.
Member Braxton, for the record, I just want to validate what we provide for one candidate, we can provide for all. And so if we're expecting a candidate to come in person, then all be part person. But if we make an exception to an online interview, all candidates should be interviewed online.
I'm gonna defer it to member else. Go ahead.
I just, I've gone to a lot of job interviews where I was never reimbursed money and I didn't get the jobs. I feel like this is such a huge, important job that, I feel like it really needs to be in person.
This is member Hughes. The only thing I was gonna point out, because yeah, I do understand, like, if people have financial constraints, then we don't want to put them, undue burden. I do think there's a lot of public interest in this. And so I do think people prefer having a candidate in person because, you sort of get to know somebody a little bit differently. Our technology is not quite there yet. Virtually will be one day soon. But so yeah, I think I would agree that despite, the financial sort of implications for the candidates, I think the public, my guess would be that more people would like to have that in person.
I think we should let them decide. I'm just trying to think through, their mindset. They don't know the dates that we're confirming right now. And so it's kind of up to them if they want to come here in person, they probably should. I think that would be in their favor to do so. But assuming they have something, if they're running a district or an organization or something currently and it doesn't align, they should have the option to do virtual if it suits them, knowing that that's their decision. So I'm good with either one. They're grown-ups, they can make their own choices. Thank you, Member Ford. I like that suggestion. We could make it known that it's the board's preference that we do them in person, but recognizing that there are extenuating circumstances, whether it be work commitments, financial, or whatever the situation may be. And if a candidate were to request doing an online interview, that we could honor that.
Yeah, it's never used. The only other thing I would add, again, I don't have a strong preference either way. I do agree with Member Braxton in terms of consistency, because I do think it's hard to mentally eliminate bias you may have of like, I saw some candidates one way or the other, like, I'm judging you because you decided to not come here in person, this other person did. We've also seen the last 2 meetings, our technology is not great right now. And so I also worry, like, does that make the whole thing a debacle? If like some candidates have tech issues, some don't, like that's a whole other variable that I don't know that we're equipped to ensure we have great tech. So just we consider that as well.
I'll just to piggyback. I just think it's like they kind of run that risk if they want to ask for a virtual interview. But the other option for them might be to drop out of the running. So probably just a good option to have.
Member Braxton, for the record. So this brings to question this barrier to access. And there are multiple reasons why technology might not work or might not be suitable for. And so I would hope that we could get our candidates in person, but I have to question why isn't funding or reimbursement allowed?
Members Dawson,
That's true. That's another question, Member Ford, and we will definitely discuss that at a later date.
For Dawson Owens, I'm thinking about the performance task and not to be negative, but would we give a student like required in-person performance task and an individual at home a task? I just think again, it's a level playing field, not assuming that they're gonna get help, but what's to say? So that's just, it's all the same conditions. But I agree, I don't want anyone to be, maybe we can have it. Like, can you let us know if you have difficulty, like if this is a barrier? Or something like that, and see if we can't find a workaround. Maybe there is no workaround, but I agree that should not be a barrier. Anyways, there's some thoughts.
So I would make a motion to have in person and allow candidates to express their preference between each of the 2 days. So that if they do have some absolute, I'm getting married that day, like we might be understanding that like maybe you can have it, right? So we can't guarantee it, but like we give them some preference so they have a little bit of agency in terms of like what that works or not. So that'd be my motion. In person, give them the option between the 2 days that we'll try to fulfill the possible.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Okay, I'll take a vote. All in favor for in-person interviews with offering candidates option for either day. All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I,
And any opposed?
I'm nay, so I think we should virtual option.
Okay. Reported nay. Any abstentions? Okay, so motion passes, and I just appointed clarification. Member Hughes's motion was for a preference from the candidates, knowing that we can't all have them on one day. So we will assign them as we need to fit our scheduling needs, while also trying to honor their preferences.
Just the clarifications, so I know, what if they can't make it, are they out of the running? I know we gave preference for a day, but if they're like, I can't do either day, we gonna reschedule an interview? What if they have COVID? Are they done? I don't know.
That's a good question. Since we just voted to do in-person interviews, I'm going to turn to the DAG to get his opinion on it. We could, if there is an extenuating circumstance, say, for example, candidate comes down with COVID and cannot travel. But how would that impact our decision making?
Deputy Attorney General Greg, I think the vote was to require people to appear in person, so if they're not able to appear, then the last motion, please, would not interview them and would proceed with the other candidates. If you wanted to reconsider that, you could, but I think under the current motion, they would not be eligible.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. I think that was a strong vote. So we'll move forward with that as is. Okay, we will move on to. I'd like to flip F and G. So. This item of the agenda is as G, so we'll be talking about it now. At this point, I would like to take F and G out of order, so. We will discuss and approve the structure and format of the interviews themselves. So for this item, please see board document 8G, run of show draft for your reference. And this is where we're going to need to spend quite a bit of time because there's a lot of sub pieces that need to be talked about. So this is going to be one of the items under 8 that is going to take, in my estimation, quite a bit of discussion. So very much value everyone's input and taking the time to carefully consider these different components. For example, we need to consider the time allotted for the performance task and whether any follow-up questions will be allowed. And if so, how much time will be allocated to the follow-up questions and in what format, how many follow-up questions. Additionally, we'll need to decide the order of the performance task and the interview questions themselves. We do the performance task first, as was mentioned in the run of show, or the other way around. And how much time will be allotted between each component for scoring. Any follow-up questions for the interview questions themselves. And please note, we've essentially decided to have 8 interview questions. So this draft run of show, it mentions 7, but please note extrapolate that out to 8 items to just conceptualize potentially what we could be looking at. So with that, I will turn it over to board members. I think I'll focus this a little bit. Let's talk about whether we'd like to do the performance task first or the interview questions first, and then go from there. So, Member Dawson Owens,
I like the idea of the performance task first, because then as the other questions are asked, if you're seeing concerns or questions, I think that they're going to arise in those interview questions, and you could do some follow-ups there if they don't address some of those things, perhaps.
All right, thank you, Member Orr.
This is Member Orr. Yes, I agree that the performance task will give us a better window into the candidate and why it should go first before we also follow-ups. I do also think we might be able to save a bit of time welcome introduction. If we give very clear written instructions and allow follow-up questions from the candidate ahead of the interview on how the process will work. That I called for that personally. Thank you.
Member Board, thank you for that. And I think that we can, like you said, incorporate some aspect of the first question. Tell us about yourself and their background. They can do a lot of their own introduction. I can introduce them or welcome them, and then they can provide as part of their the first question that we'd like to hear from them about themselves. They can provide that introduction. Who next? So what I'm hearing is there's been a recommendation that we do the performance task. So if it's okay, I would like to take these in mini motions. We get a motion to do the performance task before the interview questions.
As a to the performance test.
Your second. Right, Member Braxton, all in favor?
Aye.
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 Any opposed? Hearing none, abstentions? Hearing none, okay. Fantastic. So we'll do our performance task and then the interview questions. And do we want to, and if we do, allow for follow-up questions to the performance task? What does that look like? Should we have follow-up questions to the performance task?
This is Member Hughes. I think if I understood Member Gosno's, to me that maybe like making a note of that. And then I think because of what the task is and what some of the other questions are, I do think there will be opportunities throughout the interview questions to sort of seek clarification based on whether they clarified in the follow-up question or in the interview questions, or they miss it and then it's still related to the performance test. So I feel like they're all interrelated. So for timing, since we also added a question, I think it makes sense to like make a note, come back to it if it's not addressed in a later question.
Member Braxton, for the record, I agree with Member Hughes, that their performance task presentation will give us groundwork, drills to work with, and then we can ask those follow-up questions. In the other questions.
Thank you. Any additional thoughts?
This is Member Orr, I have a question and a thought. For the performance task, will we have their materials, like a slide deck, ahead of time so that we can reference that while we're scoring? That's my first question.
Yes, Member Orr, they will be required to submit those materials 5 days in advance.
Okay, thank you. And then I do think that I would like to suggest that after each interview question, we currently have 2 minutes of board clarifying questions. I believe with a board as large as ours, we could really impede the flow of the interview with a lot of follow-up questions after each interview question. And I wonder if we could move time to the end for any follow-ups. Given that with so many questions and such a scope of questions, they will likely answer many of our follow-ups within their answers anyway. And I just don't feel like constant interruption during the interview process is great for a candidate. So just my thought.
Member Braxton, for the record, I see an opportunity to ask clarifying questions. And I understand what you're saying, Member Orr. We don't want to have an exhaustive question and answer experience, but if there is something that might require clarification, I think in the moment that that person has provided their answer, they're more likely to answer the question with brevity, and then we can move forward with the other questions.
This Member Hughes, just to propose the third way, if people are considering this, we could also, Member Orr, put some restrictions on number of follow-up questions board member can ask. So it's like, I really have this one, but that's my one or something. Because again, it's also not a good look for the board. Like they're interviewing us as much as we're interviewing them. And so if it becomes messy and 12 follow-up questions, that also is not a strong interview process. And so maybe that's the way that we want it real time, but also like you gotta choose very judiciously as a board member of where you're gonna ask a follow-up question or not, because it might be answered in a later question.
Thank you, member Hughes, member Ford. As a person who loves follow-up questions, I tend to agree with member Orr. It could be our responsibility to keep track of, not interrupting their line of questioning, because I am gonna imagine that they're gonna be prepared with their responses. And they'll most likely have thought through what they're gonna say later. So if I have a question about number 2, for instance, I can just write a note that it, relates to question 2, and after they finish all 8 questions, we can make a point of saying, I have a follow-up about question 2. And then if a couple of us have that same exact follow-up, we could not ask it. And I think that if we don't do that way, then we're going to run out of time and risk not giving every candidate the fair amount of time. Thank you. So what I think I'm hearing is that we're saying that our preference would be to ask all follow-up questions at the end, after the performance task and after the 8 questions have been asked. And when we do have a question, we go back and reference what it is that either the question or the performance task that we have the question about.
Member Braxton, for the record, a question then, if we wait until the end, do we have a limit, should we impose a limit on the number of questions at the end? For example, 3 questions per member or 2 questions per member. I mean, if we have something like that, we're looking at a lot of questions still. And so that doesn't fully address the concern about staying on task and staying on time.
Yeah, and we will have some time parameters as well, right? If the next candidate's expecting to start the next time, right? And so depending on how long-winded the candidate is, we might have 3 minutes left over for some candidates or 15 for others, right? And then we don't just want to fill the space either, as we have the time.
Member Dawson.
Member Dawson Owens and then member Orr.
I agree with not interrupting their interview, getting everything out, and I feel like that may answer even some of those questions we may have had. So I feel like if every member at the end had 2-3 minutes, whatever you decide, maybe you need more 3 minutes to address anything, and then when one member goes first, it addresses some of the concerns another member has, keeping in mind that our main goal is just to kind of whittle this down to 3 people and to get an over view. So every little detail doesn't need to be answered, in that much depth, but I feel like through all the questions and through us asking our follow-ups and being allowed whatever it is, 2-3 minutes each, that we will hear a lot of things that we need to be able to make that decision down to 3.
So member Orr, and actually I have a thought about that, member Dawson Owens, forgive me, member Orr, but perhaps we allow for 4 questions at the end. And that would allow, 2 to 4 minutes, depending on how robust their answer is, and would kind of fall within this run of show that we have outlined to keep us on track. And we can discuss preference for who's going to ask the questions, or everybody gets 1 or 2 or whatever we want to talk about. But just saying, in general, the format could be with up to 4 follow-up questions per candidate. Forgive me, member Orr, I took your turn. Please go ahead with your question.
Thank you. I agree with everything that Steve said. I would just like to point out that we should probably clarify what a clarifying question is, just to make sure that we aren't adding additional interview questions, and those would be different for different candidates, right? So that a clarifying question perhaps would be related directly back to something that was said with a question for clarification purposes, rather than digging in and possibly potentially asking a question that we wouldn't ask another candidate.
So member Orr, question along those lines. So if a candidate said I engaged in I did stakeholder engagement to facilitate this initiative, a clarifying question could be, which specific stakeholders did you engage? Would that be in line with what you're thinking?
Yes, I think that's really appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you. Member Hughes?
Yeah, I was just gonna put out a suggestion for a future one of these items here. Member Dawson Owens, I think one of the other things we could do, which I think would be smart of us, is we narrow it down to 3. We ask as many clarifying questions as we need to, right, within a time constraint framework. I think as we're evaluating the top 3, we should also, in our note to the governor, say, we think you should probe additionally on these areas, like we weren't quite satisfied or didn't quite get enough. Now, he can leave or, take or leave that, but I think we could give some recommendations for each candidate of where we might have additional questions for at that level of probing.
And Member Bryson, for the record, to address Member Orr again, I believe clarifying questions could fall under the definitions, right? Any definitions or abbreviations that are needed could be clarified, just to make sure that you're understanding we're on the same page with terms.
Member Ford? I'm kind of needing some clarity about what the clarifying question of a clarified question is. I'm just trying to think it through, and in looking at the 6 candidates and what my questions are most likely going to be, without personally attacking or interrogating any candidates, I believe that there is an actual reason why we might have specific follow-up questions. All of these candidates are vastly different. You have some that are very experienced in some corporate ed tech companies. We have some that are local here. I'm going to have specific follow-up questions for those 2 types of people. So I think that we need a little bit more to be more specific, because I don't want to run into getting told to stop asking my questions during the interview process. Yeah, like for instance, you might say, oh, you said whatever about Nevada. How did your experience in your Nevada role relate to whatever? Or I might have a question for someone else. Hey, it seems like you haven't had any experience here in Nevada. How clear are you with yada yada? Like, I feel like those are appropriate questions, even though they're different for candidates. So one thing I might offer, and I'm just thinking off the top of my head here, is say that we offer 4 follow-up questions per candidate. Say up 4, ask the questions of the first candidate, say for example. Then the next 4 would have priority on the order of being able to answer questions first. They may defer, they may not have a question for somebody else. I'm trying to think of a way to keep it so that everyone's voice is heard, but keeping it equitable and ask questions. Thoughts on that? In thinking it through, and because there are the 8 questions plus the performance task, I actually feel like we won't have a lot of follow-up questions. So maybe we just need to be clear about what an acceptable question is, so that we're not going in with that. But I think that doing it this way and leaving the questions till the end is good. Otherwise, if we're not clear about those questions, we're going to end up exhausting ourselves with the first candidate, and then the second one through will be like, I don't even care, man, I'm tired. That's just kind of what happens. So I think that we all understand that we're trying to get through them, and so maybe we all agree that only if it is extremely important we have that follow-up question. Otherwise, we'll just let them answer the same questions.
This is Member Hughes. Lisa, I don't know if maybe one idea, maybe what we could do is, as we make those revisions we talked about earlier to the questions, could we run this by the HR team and say, could you give us 3 examples of what an appropriate follow-up question might be for this big question, and just provide that to the guy? So like we have sort of like a little guidance around like, here's what the question was asked, here's the type of things that might be in bounds, just so we know that.
Energy Superintendent, support for the record. In thinking about your question, Ms. President, I'm a little concerned with how HR might respond to a question of that nature, not hearing the responses given by the candidate to the question, because you're really asking for clarity and follow-up based on the response given, not necessarily that's given in response to the content of the question. And that could be very, very dependent on the candidate and how they're answering the question, their background.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm guessing they have a perspective though, on like, these things are way out of bounds, these things are fine. Just because I think to your point, Member Ford, I agree, like I think we do a thorough job. I'm hopeful there's not gonna be tons of follow-up questions. And hearing like people don't want to waste a bunch of time of like asking a question and then getting told real time, like, yeah, that's not an appropriate question, you can't ask that. So that like some guidance on the front end would be helpful. So I don't know what that guidance looks like, but I'm sure that HR professionals have some sort of matrix or way they think about this. So that we can get the member Moore's initial question around like just a little bit of guidance around what council's clarifying.
And we support for the record, I can certainly talk with THRM around that question. And I can also have further conversations with Dagon to just make sure that when you're asking and clarifying questions in the realms of the original question that's being asked and the candidate's response.
Okay, there's member Branston, and then I'm gonna do a quick summary.
One more thing, Darcy, for the record, this is not an interrogation of any sorts, and it is important to know that asking questions, especially clarifying questions, we need to be careful to not have leading questions that would bring to light something that candidate may not have wanted or knew to discuss. And so I go back to my initial recommendation to define these clarifying questions to definitions of terms, definitions of abbreviations, so that we understand fully what the candidate is discussing. No more no less, what they present and what they present. But if we don't understand a term or a abbreviation that they may have used coming from a different location, we should be able to have that information. Again, this is not an interrogation. We don't want to go outside of the realm or the scope of the original question. It's just an opportunity for us to understand fully any term or definition that might not be used here in our grade statement.
Thank you, member Braxton. That is a great point to make. Thank you for offering that. Member Ford, and then I will make my summary, proposed summary.
I just want to like a reminder on the record and for anyone paying attention that I always try to think through all the ways something could go down. And, you know, it's wonderful. Hopefully we find 3 people that are great and we all agree on, and that all 3 of them would be wonderful and selected, but it also could come down to that, you know, we're not choosing just one person. It could be that the board really, really likes one of the candidates and not the other 5 or something, but we're still going to have to choose 2 others to send to the governor, Joe Lombardo, who essentially make that final decision. So just, we have to keep that in mind that, we're kind of looking for the best 3 of 6. And it doesn't really matter, like, if we individually like them, because at the end of the day, who is Lombardo gonna like of these lines? Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so here's my summary that I've been noting as we go along here, specifically relative to the timing and the follow-up and clarifying questions. So what I'm hearing is we'll have a 15-minute performance task presentation with 5 minutes to ask board members to score. Clarifying questions can be asked, but they will be specific to definitions, abbreviations, or terms. And we will create space for both the performance task and the interview questions themselves for follow-up questions. We're moving that to the very end of the candidate's interview with a maximum of 4 follow-up questions asked candidate, the maximum follow-up time limit of 15-16 minutes. That capture what we've been saying. If not, please jump in. Somewhere else.
I would like to make a motion to accept that.
So we have a motion. Is there a second? Okay, any additional discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Seeing none, abstentions? None, motion passes. Okay. Great job, team. We're moving along here. We're still under agenda item 8. Now I would like to focus our attention. There's 2 last pieces that we need to discuss, I believe, and Deputy Superintendent Ford, if there's something else under this item that I'm missing, we need to discuss, let me know. We need to determine the order of the 8 interview questions that we'd like them to be, in order we'd like them to be asked in, and also the format for, oh, we already did that, formal interview question follow-up, forgive me. And the directions to the candidates. So first we'll start with the order of the 8 interview questions. Now, we had already talked about the candidates will do an introduction, so that will be the first thing, and then we had talked about having question 25 being one of their leading questions. What do you believe is the most pressing issue in Nevada education today, and how would you address it? Anybody else like to jump in on thoughts on a second or any subsequent order of the question? And then we had agreed to merge 18 and 24 together, and I think that one should be the second question asked. Okay, yes, so it's 10:31 that happened. Okay. Yes, so, okay, we're quite categories here. So we have philosophical clarity on policy direction is the first question. Innovation, modernization, that's one number 4 you're referencing, that will be second. Well, you have to vote on this, but that's the notes say so far. Any thoughts on the next question? Next item.
Yes. Member Bryson, for the record, equity and student success.
Thank you for using the category that we could use. Anybody else? If there's no additional preference, I would just recommend doing them in order then. Next, 4th question being visionary and instructional leadership. 5th, organizational systems leadership. Both of those questions will be 5 and 6. Why is the number wrong? And then 8 would be 7 would be stakeholder engagement and communication. Okay. My numbering might be off, but that would be the order of the. Everyone okay with that? There's no kind of motion.
I would like to make a motion to accept the questions in that order.
Thank you, member Els. Can I have a second?
Member Hudson, second.
Thank you. Any additional discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Seeing none, abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. Just 1 second. So just conferring with the team, we are also going to move into approving the rubric to go along with these interview questions. So for following along online and in the room, we're looking at document 8F, superintendent rubric. That has the rubric associated with the different domains, the 7 domains. I'll just jump in here. back to my, the only one that I was like really wanting to include was that question about if they support the portrait of a learner, and if so, what that looks like. So in looking at this rubric, it looks good, but it doesn't necessarily confirm that they are on board with full child focused. It just is like the vision and leadership are bold, strategic, and highly tailored to Nevada, demonstrate deep instructional credibility and clear systems thinking. I'd like to include something that is like, has a good vision for portrait of a learner. Because again, I believe that the board agrees that we want to continue in that direction. And then maybe one might be like, has no vision for portrait of a learner. I like those words incorporated because that was the intent of incorporating that question for the candidates. Thank you, Member Ford, and your recommendation makes sense now that, well, it would have made sense. Yeah. Given the content of what we've already selected, the interview question, what you're recommending aligns with what we're asking them to do, and then how we would rate them. Okay, thank you.
Yes, this member knows. Go ahead, member.
I think I would like to respectfully disagree that we should add specific language about portrait of a learner. Again, I'd much rather learn about where the candidates actually stand and where they're coming from rather than force fit their answers into something we're looking for. And I think the more open-ended we can be to better understand their vision for the future, the more it will become clear to all of us if that aligns to what we believe are the priorities for the state. But I think that once you put something into a rubric, it becomes something that people are forced to add. It's like a checklist to what to add to their presentation. And I really would like to hear if they're actually in alignment or not, and if not, why? And perhaps there are some good reasons that we haven't yet thought about. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Ward, for that. Member Hughes?
So member Hughes, the record, yeah, I appreciate that perspective, and I had a similar thought, but slightly different of like, what if they have something that's better than the portrait? And like, we don't want to like hold that against them, if they like present a more compelling idea than what the state's been already doing. But I was going to suggest is a compromise, maybe instead of making the rubric so specific, because I agree, like, then it just becomes a who's best at gaming the rubric instead of like what are their actual beliefs. If we just say something about like in alignment with current Nevada priorities or something that's like more encompassing than just portrait, but sort of demonstrates like that the innovation and modernization is like in support of or builds on efforts that are already taking place in the state. Like maybe something in that realm is like a middle ground between including nothing and including super hyper specific.
Thank you, Member Hughes. I think that recommendation also makes sense. Member Ford? Maybe this is something the board needs to vote on, whether or not we include that language in this number 1, because I believe that the board failed at setting a clear vision of who we are looking for. There's not a corporate board that would say, let's just see what everyone's vision is. They have a clear direction with their company and how they're taking it and what vision would align to the person that they're looking to lead it. You wouldn't go on a date with anybody, blind date, let's see how it goes. You would make sure that when you're looking to date isn't a smoker or whatever. You're not gonna be like, let me just see if I enjoy going on a date with a smoker, maybe I'll change my mind. Like, that's not how that works. We should be like, we know we want to go in this direction. Our boundary, our guardrail is somebody who aligns with portrait of a learner. Again, assuming that the board wants to go in that direction, we haven't clearly articulated that. I just was under the impression that's what we're doing. So maybe the board should vote on whether or not it's important to them to put language in there that we want someone to continue the work of portrait of a learner, and that seeing a clear vision in the next 3 to 5 years where the whole state is adopting that philosophy and model would be exceeding expectations. So I don't know if we can vote in like that capacity for this rubric, but I'm still trying to figure out where the board members even sit on that. Thank you. Yeah, no, thank you, Member Ford, for that suggestion. We can definitely take a vote on that. I want to express that I do appreciate both yours and Member Hughes's suggestions, and I think that personally for me, to the nod that there might be other things out there that we need to consider. I do appreciate bringing the language, perhaps maybe more specific to Nevada, but not maybe so specific as perhaps the Nevada's portrait of a learner language. So I can see pros and cons both ways. So yeah, definitely we can open this up to a vote. If there is a motion to do so, Member Braxton.
Member Braxton, for the record, before we vote on a motion, I would just like to point out that each category, there are questions being asked under each category. And one of the questions is portrait of a learner. And so if we go to that particular category, which is number 6, innovation and modernization, and we look at the scores of 4 through 1 on how that question is asked, our question is specific to portrait of a learner. And so we're using the rubric to score how well the person has addressed their understanding. Again, we're just talking about familiarity here, not necessarily implementation question. I can see if we have a further question about implementation. We're talking about familiarity, and then we're using the rubric under category 6, innovation and modernization, understand how well they are familiar with this portrait of a learner anyway.
I'll just chime in. I still want to take that vote, but I think, that not including that language in here is how we get the superintendent to take us in another direction, coming from the work and what is seemingly the only really good work that the board and the state has done several years. That it's a risk because they can come say whatever innovative solutions or reference their states or whatever, but this is a potential to give somebody the ability to undo the good work that this department has done in the past few years. So vote at your own risk, but I would like to put portrait of a learner specifically in the rubric as what exceeding expectations would look like.
Member Ford, could you give us an example of like the language, the wording of what you think that might like?
I think that it relates more to 1 than 6, and that it says something like vision and leadership are bold, strategic, and highly tailored to Nevada's portrait of a learner. Demonstrate deep instructional credibility and clear systems thinking. And then somebody who doesn't fit that would, want to edit all 3 of them would be like limited knowledge or vision is only moderately aligned to Nevada's portrait of a learner. Score 1 might be like vision doesn't align with Nevada's portrait of a learner. Again, that's whether or not the board wants to support that exact framework going forward, or if they're open to a superintendent that comes in with something else innovative or not. I personally am not looking for new innovation that isn't aligned with the portrait of a learner.
Thank you. I just want to clarify, this is 8F superintendent interview rubric document. I'm looking at category 1, visionary and instructional leadership. Okay, but the categories, innovation and modernization, is number 6. That would be the one that would be modified.
Okay. Because it was 25 or 18 or whatever is what you're saying. That's fine. We can put it into that language too, which is for the innovative solutions. Of portrait of a learner that Nevada has been building on, whatever that is. Again, without putting that specifically in, we're giving an opportunity to come in, have somebody come in and steer the ship in a completely different direction. So that's what I'm saying. I want it on the record because I want to be able to be like, I told you so. In a couple of years, and that happens, and we go in a whole other different direction. I'm going to put this in my test.
Thank you, Member Ford. Member Hughes.
Yeah, this is Member Hughes for the record. No podcast here, full disclosure. So I guess one thing I just want to point out is I think this is an important discussion, and I appreciate the weight of the decision and how we're scoring does matter. And I'll also remind us that like we will have a discussion at the end of all the candidates. And in my mind, like that's exactly where these types of things that Member Ford is talking about come up, right? So I think that if the board chooses to add specific language, the rubric fine, but at the end of the day, we're gonna look at the scores, we're gonna see how people did, we're gonna have a holistic conversation. Maybe there's these people on the borderline, and we're gonna say like, oh, well, they seem more supportive of this than not, and maybe that tips the scale. So like, we're gonna have a chance to sort of get into those weeds when we put forward the final slate. And so I think there will be opportunity to have those conversations regardless of whether we nitpick about the specific language, because we could probably do that on a couple of questions, right? Where it's like, we could get a little bit more precise and prescriptive, but also remember that we will have an opportunity to discuss these things in aggregate after we hear.
Thank you, Member Hughes. Any, aside from this item, this recommendation, are there any other thoughts on the rubric itself in the different domains?
This is Member Orr. I think that because it has come up for several meetings on the record that the board believes that the portrait of learner is the best way forward for the state. I would like to put on record that I have never been given a presentation that fully satisfies me that the portrait of a learner would increase literacy rates to an acceptable level or ensure that we become, top 10 in the nation. And so I just want to put on record that I do not believe that this is the end all be all, and I would love to be proven wrong, but at this point, I don't feel comfortable having it said on record over and over and over that the board believes in something because we've never been given that opportunity I've never been given that opportunity to make a vote or anything on the record in that way. So if we move forward with voting on whether or not to add the learner to the rubric, I will be voting in the negative. Thank you.
Any other points for discussion, Member Ford? And then I think we can move forward to a motion. I agree. I just want to, again, for the record, say this is really the same thing that it's been told to us the entire time. Like I was saying, we need to have, I said before, we have a discussion about state superintendent, the board should discuss what we actually want to do, whether or not we want to go forward with the learner. And then it's like, oh, well, we'll have an opportunity to discuss that when we start talking about qualifications and the questions we want to ask the candidates and not the job application. And then I said, okay, I think we should all talk about our vision. And then there was a comment made about like, well, we want to hear what this superintendent's vision is coming in with, to which I replied, they're not in charge of the vision, the board is. We are elected to set the vision, and then you hire somebody who can do that vision operationally. So we have, there's at least 3 times now where the answer has been, oh, at the next level, you'll have the opportunity to do that at the next level. And now we're at the final level and we're just giving over the keys to the kingdom to now 6 people who, had we had this conversation before, would probably align more with Portrait of a Learner and some of the things that this board has said they wanted, like recent time in the classroom. And now we're looking at 6 people who are private education management companies, charter networks, and superintendent grooming programs. And I'm being told that I'll have the ability to ask this question in the next round. I don't think that's actually going to happen. So that's why I'm frustrated. I don't know what other members want to do. It's the last time I'll say this, but not putting something specific into the actual work that this department and this board has done for the last several years is a risk to losing that work and going in a completely different direction that the board also never said we wanted to go into. So there it is. All right, and with all that great discussion, I will now take a motion on the approval of superintendent interview rubric. Motion on whether or not we want to include language and portion of the learner in this rubric going forward. And then we can continue on after that. So I think I move to complete this. I'll let board president decide what would be acceptable. Somewhere in number 6 to reflect portrait of a learner community rubric. We have a second motion to include that a portrait of a learner language within category 6 on the superintendent interview rubric. Yes. All right, is there a second?
Member Hudson second.
Okay, any additional discussion? Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye. We have one in favor, member Ford in favor, any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
Nay. And abstentions.
Abstain.
Good, member Hudson with an abstention. Okay, motion does not pass. So I would open it up to another motion.
So number 2, I would move that we approve the rubric as it is shown in the artifact.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No. Member Ford is opposed, and any abstentions? Okay, so the rubric as the artifact shown has passed. So now we'll move on to agenda item G, which is agendized as F, because we flipped F and G. The board will also need to finalize the instructions for candidates regarding the interview process. So please reference the documents 8C, interview process for candidates, and 8D, interview process overview for superintendent of public instruction candidates. Please note that the time for each item listed will be updated to reflect what the board has just voted on regarding the run of show. But please focus on the content for each item listed, not so much the minutes, as we know those will need to shift to be in alignment with the board's previous decision. So with that, I will open this item up for discussion. Member Hughes.
So member Hughes, under number 4, formal interview questions, am I looking at the right document? Okay, maybe just add in there for our own internal workings, are we assigning, pre-assigning questions? Okay. So that, I guess that would be somehow linked to number 4, I think we should pre-assign questions so that we kind of know exactly what's gonna happen.
All right, great suggestion. Member else?
I really like it when one person asks all the questions. Sometimes I think it's more consistent and brings the consistency to the whole line better, but I'm not. Just a suggestion.
Member Braxton for the record, I actually like it when each member has a chance to ask a question, so we can assign a question to a member. And this way it may feel more engaging with each member, as opposed to having one person be the spokesperson for the board. We're all deeply invested, knowing more information.
Member Dawson, it's just noting that in 4, I believe we did agree that in the second bullet point that we are not having the clarifying questions there, correct?
Correct, yes. This document will definitely be updated to reflect what we've just decided upon. So really focusing on the language specifically, and I'm looking at item 8D. I think that this one's the directions that will go out to the candidates themselves. So we'll want to make sure time limits not being considered because those will be updated, but just making sure that what is written clear enough to a candidate to provide them with sufficient information.
This is member Orr. I would like to offer one clarification for the candidates that under number 4, it says that each question is allotted roughly 6 minutes total, which could change, but I do believe we might want to suggest that they themselves limit their question time, as the interview will not go long for them to answer all of the questions, that we are running on a time limit. And so maybe a number of minutes for the entirety of their questions and answers so that they can allot their time wisely.
Thank you, member Orr. Any other thoughts from board members? Okay, well, seeing none, I will accept the motion.
I will move to give President Dockweiler and Vice President Hughes the autonomy to adjust the document to reflect everything we discussed.
Member Hudson said.
All right, any additional discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. Now we'll move on to 8H. All have been amazing. This is great. Item 8 is taking us a minute, but I appreciate everyone's efforts towards making these decisions. Now we need to authorize staff to notify the selected finalists and provide them with interview instructions. This item also has no reference document. Once candidates are selected today to move forward, we need to approve the manner in which the candidates will be notified, as well as how the public will be notified of who the candidates were. So I would suggest that we authorize NDE to reach out to the candidates, to selected candidates, to notify them and to schedule their interview. I would also suggest that we put out a press release that includes the names of the 6 finalists, and along with any relevant information that we've decided today, such as the dates and times of the upcoming interviews. So based on this information, we can make a motion to move forward this recommendation, or we can discuss as appropriate.
I would like to make a motion to move forward as you just discussed, allowing to create the press review contacts candidates and give that to the public.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Member Hughes, second.
Okay, all in favor? Or excuse me, any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstentions? Okay, seeing none, that passes. And I turn to Deputy Superintendent Elizabeth Ford. Is there anything under item 8 that we may have missed that we need to address?
Lisa Ford for the record. I believe you've covered everything in this item. You've gone through all of the questions, the rubrics, the performance tasks, the notifications that will be given to candidates, as well as authorizing the department to move forward and verify candidates and create this interview schedules. And we'll create the press release.
Beautiful, thank you. Okay, well, with that, we will close out agenda item 8, and we will take a 6-minute convenience break, reconvening with agenda item 9 at 12:10. There's a clarifying question.
Did we vote on the task force? Or did we just vote on the force? You're right. I think we need to go to the other 2 bullet.
Okay, so member else brought up the performance task rubric. Member Dawson Owens brought up performance rubric. So we can direct everyone's attention to that. It is 8H. So as a reminder, we voted to move forward with performance task 3, system level initiative designed for student outcomes. And we also decided to move forward with adding some information, including a diversity component and a budgetary component. So those two bullets will need to be incorporated into the rubric for development. Any comments, thoughts, discussion on that addition? For the rubric itself? Seeing none, I will accept the motion.
I would like to make a motion to accept rubric for task number 3 with the additional 2 bullet points added on. Diversity of, so,
Budgetary.
and budgetary on there, and I would like to add that President Dockweiler and Vice President Hayes have the autonomy to be deputy board to get all of that.
Thank you, member L. Is there a second?
Member Heffernan.
Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, say aye.
I,
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay. Motion passes. Thank you, team. Good job, board. Now with that, we will close agenda item 8. We'll still take a 6-minute convenient break. Convenience break, coming back with agenda item 9 at 12:12. That wasn't.
But yeah, so that's an agenda. Great point. And then anyway, there's four. This room still has two. Is it end one day and so. All the celebrations to their souls.
And it is the locals. I don't know what it's like. Is it not stuff?
Yeah.
Try to if
That's like actually, that's no. What is it?
Oh, really good.
So she goes a lot.
Oh,
seems like the other one.
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
that's.
In terms of stuff. Okay.
I can read this and it's cool, good, I'm glad.
Yeah, I spent my new shit almost dead. Alright, but 20%. So I'm gonna run back up there to watch it from upstairs. And then. Sorry. Where should I have it? No. Jesus. So we should even present for drinking school. Still in the points. Yes, right. I'm deep in this. I do. Yeah, yes. I see. We are trying to go for. Sit loud. Yeah. My office didn't pull. You did not. It's Jay. Right. Okay. All right. Nice to meet you. I work at the University of Minnesota School of Literature. Right. You're going to thank you. I know, yeah. Great. Well, I would, you know. Right. It's fine. I see he's great. He's fine. He's way up. He's fine. Still, you know, they still. I did bring that to you. That entire attorney. Your brother kept using. And you'll want to figure out much more. It's going to be here. That's right. When you see shit over, you know. And what I What's the small side? If you're right back, I was just trying to help apart, you know, in order. Yes, we're good. Yeah, people, especially the garage, you know. That's office. Which had, crazy out of my walking my heels. It gets one over by the price. Right, yes. That's my. Yes, that's your name. Full raise. Yes.
Thank you for so much.
They also. So excited. Yeah. She's trying to get. If there are sections. State lands. So that they are some giant. So she's feeling on. It's close. It's hard now. I know. It's like that's long for us. And cool. It's been up here. Yeah, yes, yes. Just have some chance like that. Yeah. Well, also, I don't. Part two is page two, just bring you pictures. I have it. And this sorry. I swear I need to make sure that we get there. I didn't mention it. I just put on just sitting there for like a minute. So already. It's yeah, this
Okay, everyone, it is 12:18. Yeah, let's start extending our break. We will now call this meeting back to order. And we'll begin with agenda item 9 as soon as everyone is ready. So we'll allow for a small transition back to our seats. All right, so under agenda item 9, we will discuss and take actions on matters related to the Read by Grade 3 alternative assessments as outlined in Senate Bill 460. We have Dr. Steve Canavero, interim superintendent, and Peter Zutz, an administrator for PADA, who will provide a presentation to guide our discussion. And I'll turn it over to you all, so please proceed when you are ready.
Thank you, President Dogweiler, interim state superintendent Steve Camero, and I'll just invite up Administrator Zutz and Director Davidson from Washoe County to the table, so we can try to move expeditiously through this item and then get to your questions fairly quickly. In your board packet, you have 2 documents, and maybe while the presentation is being brought up from the board, if you wish to have the presentation brought up, or I can just work through it and reference the slides. In addition to that, you also have a memo that we put out. And that memo was a result of the prior state board meeting when some questions that came up about the Read by Grade 3 assessment. And we wanted to provide to the field, and kind of consistent with my superintendent's report, where I talked about, clarifying engagement opportunities and making sure that we bring in the various stakeholders and in particular the district superintendents. That memo was trying to clarify our orientation towards the changes that were made specific to Read My Grade 3. And this particular meeting, of course, you'll notice in the memo that we're not, we obviously say that the state board is going to consider action. And then we would follow up after this meeting to the district superintendents about any changes if the board were to adopt them. So on the second slide, I just hope to cover a couple of things here really quickly before we move into some of the more technical components. The first, of course, we're going to just review briefly the changes to the Read by Grade 3 program. Really, essentially, the most significant change, the one that we're going to talk about today, is the ability for an alternate assessment. We're going to talk a little bit about the process that we would suggest to use for this particular school year, the 25-26, if the board were to take action. You'll note that I'm not sure that you have to formally act upon that process, but of course, you may, or you can just weigh in to inform some changes that you would like. And then ultimately, we have two questions for you to consider acting upon. The first question is to establish iReady as an alternate assessment, and then establishing the 40th percentile as the cut score for the iReady assessment. And we'll go into some technical details about that. The next slide just said a little bit about where we've been in the session and then what the status is. And as the board is familiar with, you have from April, I think, when I first joined the board meetings and started to participate, have had a discussion about the Read by Grade 3 assessment. And at that time, a recommendation was made from the state procurement process for iReady. And the state board said, hey, let's defer action to change the assessment, and let's revisit this after the legislative session to see what the assessment ecosystem sort of looked like and some of the changes. So we're revisiting it, and I will acknowledge that, and periodically throughout here I acknowledge it, but just to say it clearly, that it may feel like a little bit out of order in the sense that the law does require the department to develop some regulations to identify how this process will work and the criteria, et cetera, and I'll discuss that. But I do believe, and ideally at the end of this presentation, you'll agree that this is a very unique circumstance, one that we could both provide a district and charter schools with some flexibility to eliminate the condition that they've established around double testing in their district, and does not, though, in any way sacrifice the integrity of the Read by Grade 3 program. So as really the paramount change to allowing for this is in Senate Bill 460, was engaged in lots of legislative discussion about this with various stakeholders. And now in law, the state board may select more than one Read by Grade 3 assessment. And with that, of course, you would then also establish the associated cut score for that alternate assessment. Currently, this does not change. Our NWEA MAP assessment, that is our full statewide Read by Grade 3 assessment, has full financial support from the state. And that, of course, was part of the decision-making as we went into this closed session in this new interim, how we would address the Read by Grade 3. We kept NWEA in place. It does allow you to then create an alternate assessment or approve an alternate assessment. And I will say here, and I think as it was noted in the opening public comments, the financial support from the state is to be determined, and it will unlikely be determined until near the end of the year when should you act, when we would know what the number of students, et cetera, that participated in an alternate assessment. So as you see in the memo, districts understand that if this option were to exist there in the 25-26 school year, they are under the responsibility for the findings of that program. So the next slide, as we talk about implementing Senate Bill 460, we will begin our regulatory process. We anticipate September, October, kind of the season of regulations, not just for this program, but for others. But we will develop regulations that include the process by which a district or charter school would request an alternate assessment, what the reporting requirements would be, the criteria would be established in the regulation. And by criteria, what I'm referring to here is the technical criteria that an assessment must pass. And these are the criteria that psychometricians and test designers and the types of people sitting at the table in front of me here know in and out. It's also the type of criteria that are used in our state procurement process, where we identify valid and reliable assessments that have to meet those criteria. We would also, in regulation, talk about the approval process, what the cut score process would be, as well as other topics that are necessary. So those are forthcoming. The state board, and you would have the opportunity to review and select a statewide assessment and cut score. You could approve alternate assessments and cut scores. And that I think it's a two-step process, and I think it just rationally seems to be a two-step process, where the state board would consider an alternate assessment, and then once the state board considers, yes, that assessment does meet the criteria, then we would then work on what would a cut score look like. This way, we're not just reviewing cut scores and trying to invest a bunch of time around determining cut scores for potential alternate assessments, but you would then have to vet them first. So the next slide kind of just refers again back to the regulations, and where we think that this is a bit unique. And as it was stated in the opening remarks, but I'll just underscore, I think the decision that you could consider making today is to approve the iReady assessment as an alternate assessment, given the statutory authority that you currently have. And under that same authority, consider approving an iReady cut score, and that would allow for the implementation in the 25-26 school year. I'll begin on the next slide and then pass it over to Administrator Zutz and Director Davidson. We think that you can partly why this is a unique situation and why we believe that you can consider approving iReady as the alternate assessment is because iReady has already demonstrated, again, through that state procurement process that ran, let's say, a 12 to 16-month period that led up to the August conversation before the state board, it already has been vetted to meet the technical and operational criteria established in the scope of work and the criteria to review potential assessments for procurement underneath the Read by Grade Point program. So you've got a list here that I've just highlighted, pulled off of the procurement schedule. These are the types of criteria that an assessment must work through and meet in order to be considered in that process. And iReady, of course, had met the technical merits. So with that, I'm just going to pass the presentation over to Administrator Zutz. And then anything that you want to discuss here around the technical merits for the iReady assessment, and then we can move to the next slide and talk about the cut score and then bring in Director Davidson. Thank you.
Peter Zutz for the record. Thank you, Interim Superintendent Steve Canavero. So while we're on this slide, Angie, if you could go back one to slide number 6, thanks so much. You'll notice in the tab, Steve mentioned that this unique situation of having recently gone through the RFP process, we would like to underscore the fact that prior to that, the state board was involved in helping establish the review criteria. So just to remind everyone that the rubric for rating this assessment that was brought to you, I think 3 or 4 months ago for your review, not only passed the technical rigor that was part of the RFP evaluation, as well as the rubric which was established here collaboratively. Calling to your attention on this slide in the ETAL, a couple things, that the alignment to the Nevada Academic Content Standards is key. It's one of the fundamental underpinning foundational components of an assessment. Also that the data reporting tool, in other words, whenever we spend time assessing Nevada students on an assessment, we want to provide results in a meaningful way. In the case of the Read by Grade 3 program, also in an extremely timely way so that remediation and target instruction can be had and provided in the classroom to those students who may need it based on their assessment results. One of the unique aspects of the correlation analysis that Dr. Davidson and her team carried out was that not only do we have an analysis based on Nevada student results for school year 24-25, those assessments were also taken in the general and very close time frame. Again, for those who may not know, the MAP growth, the state administered Read by Grade 3 assessment is administered 3 times a year. We use the terms, seasonal terms, winter, or fall, winter, and spring. And so being able to assess students in a very tight approximate time frame is important in this type of study as well. Thank you. Let's go to the next slide, Andrew.
Steve Cameron, I was going to weigh in really quickly just to the board as we develop our regulations around the criteria that assessments must meet in order to be considered for an alternate assessment. The criteria that were on the last slide, those that were existing in the procurement process, is the starting. And very likely that those will be the skeleton of the regulatory framework around the criteria that we would utilize to establish whether or not an assessment is viable. So just to say that. Now, just to touch on before I pass it back to the technical team, again, Administrator Zutz referenced it. So if iReady is sort of the technical merits and meets the technical merits both today and then prospectively as the regulations are built, then the cut score becomes what would the cut score be? And you heard it in I think the opening public comments, but it's a very unique scenario where Washoe County School District had same student assessed both via MAP, NWEA and MAP, our existing statewide assessment, and iReady. We were fortunate and appreciate Washoe and the team at Washoe in working with our team at the department to look through the results, how our team worked through their data sets and essentially agree on what that cut score at the 30th percentile would be. So if you all would like to maybe weigh in a bit on the technical components of that cut score, that would be great.
That's for the record. Thank you. So we're going to move quickly through these slides. I think we've actually covered some of the things and get to the technical. So this slide is just saying there was a unique scenario in the Washoe County School District last school year, double testing. However, on behalf of the department, I would like to take this opportunity to thank the Washoe County School District, Dr. Davidson and her team for collaborating with us on this. Thank you. Next slide. So let's start the technical look at what the AAC study was all about. Think that we have all students required to take an assessment, the MAP growth assessment, grades K3 for the to comply with state Read by Grade 3 assessment. We have a score there. We've established that cut at the 40th percentile, and that was approved by the board. Now we have students taking another test targeted at the same content and content validity, if you will, reading and literacy, reading level and literacy at the same grade levels. Simply put, we wanted to know how those students who performed at or above the 40th percentile, let's say 41st percentile, about to keep it simple, how did those students performing on the MAP growth at the 41st percentile and above perform on the iReady assessment? It's really quite simple when you think about it. Were they in the same general area? What did that look like? Well, strikingly enough, the analysis that Laura and her team did showed those students, 80% or more of the students who performed at the 41st or 41st or higher percentile on MAP growth performed exactly at that same level or higher again, 40th, 41st percentile and higher on the iReady. So this is very unique. Again, what's important about this is it's based on Nevada student results data. This is not a nationally normed assessment at this point. This equivalency study was done based on student data in Washoe County School District. Let's go to the next slide. This slide will really tell it all for those of you. So let's take a quick look at this. Across the top, we have, as mentioned, fall, winter, and spring administrations. Going down, we have on the left-hand column, we have grades K 1, 2, 3. And what we're seeing in the next column on the left is test. There's 2 rows in each one of the rows, or 2 lines in each one of the rows. Top one is map growth, the state administered read by grade 3 assessment, and then iReady. Let's move across that first row. We see map, there is no fall testing for kinder, and then we move over to winter, we get to see a mean, standard deviation, and an NSI. So 3,895 kids took that assessment. We see the mean, and then we see the standard deviation, and we see that across all the other rows. Under the R, you're going to see a number with some asterisks behind it. For example, in winter and kinder, you see 76. Please take a look below the table. You'll notice that dark green means there was an 8.8 correlation met or higher. Light green meant it was 79 or less correlation. The important thing on this chart is you're going to see in the top row, we're looking at kinder. And Laura's team pointed this out to us when we had a conversation about this. You'll notice that 76 is not 80, or 0.8, excuse me. Going over to spring, we see a very closer correlation to the map growth results at 0.79, but it's still not quite 0.8. We believe 0.79 at the state is very acceptable based on the data we've taken a look at and the analysis completed by Washoe. Taking a look at the other 3 rows below this, first, second, and third grade, you're going to see the correlations are extremely high. 85 for fall and grade 1, 86 winter for grade 1, and moving across 8 or 0.86 for the spring administration. They get higher in second grade, 0.87 in the fall, 0.88 in the winter, and 0.88 in the spring. Third grade, we see 0.9. 90% of the students scored above or 41st percentile. That's a very, very tight correlation. Moving across, we see that replicated in the winter at 0.9 and again in spring 0.9. We at the department, based on this analysis, believe there is no reason not to approve these cuts given this information. However, at this point, we will pause if the board has any questions. Laura's here to answer any of the technical questions about the equivalency analysis she conducted. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gutz, for this table and this presentation. Vice President Hughes has a question that he would like to ask.
Thank you, Member Hughes, for the record. My first question is just on appreciate the data and sort of walking us through it. Would you say, Peter, is this, however, and maybe Dr. Davidson can answer this as well, based on how this particular study was constructed, do you all have confidence that this is broadly applicable to the entire state? Meaning, like, was the N size big enough? And one particular district, is that sufficient when you would design these types of studies to make statewide decisions and then extrapolate and say, this is applicable, we feel good about this regardless of any type of school, any kind of district, or this data is presented in the context of, like, for Washoe, we found equivalency question mark about whether that would be extrapolated across other districts as well.
Peter, so thank you, Member Hughes. Great question. We at the state are confident in the M size on this slide. And you make a good point, however, we would say or offer to the board for your consideration, the map growth assessment has been administered since 2015 in the state. We're very confident about the performance of the map growth assessment over a long period of time, almost a decade in Nevada. And we have taken a look at the trend data on that assessment result. given the fact that it's not going to equal obviously in any isolated or single district, in this case Washoe, where we may be assessing anywhere between 25, 28, 29,000 kids per grade. Nonetheless, the end size you see on this slide is more than acceptable based on, again, a couple of the points we went over earlier. The nature of the assessment itself, when it was assessed, its construct validity. And I'll leave my thoughts there and invite Dr. Davidson to speak. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Laura Davidson, for the record. So a couple things you might notice in this table. One, I think that adds validity and reliability that might make it more generalizable for other districts in the state to point out. One is just how high the correlations are. I mean, a 1.0 is a perfect correlation. Every time one thing goes up, the other thing goes up. So we're getting about as close to that as you can possibly get. And the end sizes between the math assessment and iReady, you can see are incredibly close. So it's not as though we lost a lot of students between those two assessments. So the fact that the correlations are as high as they are, and we really did take these two assessments within a week or two of each other, adds a lot of validity and reliability to this. Just to put that in perspective a little bit more, for third grade, it really becomes an identical test. So for the spring in third grade, we had 44.18% of students identified at that cut score for math, and we had 44.43% identified on iReady. I mean, that is away only by a handful of students in a very large population of test takers. So it does not get much closer than that. So all of that together, I think, sets a really compelling case, or makes a really compelling case about the strong correlation between these two assessments. It's also unique. You're not going to find an equivalency study like this in many other districts, because very few districts would double test with MAP and iReady. So these kinds of natural experiments aren't going to exist in many other places. So it is unique that in Washoe we were able to do this study with as many students as we had.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. And so just to confirm that, if I think I'm hearing you correctly, if we were to replicate this in any district in Nevada, obviously the end size is different, but if we did double testing about the same time, you all are saying this data gives you confidence that we would see similar results in those studies across any district in Nevada if they held this on their own. Am I interpreting that correctly?
Peterson, well, we can't confirm that without running an equivalency study. What we're saying here, what Laura has, I think, very clearly expressed, is given everything we've laid out today, again, the decade-long administration of the MAP growth, we have consistent performance on that assessment. We're looking at a district that has administered the iReady to identical students at the identical time of the year and gotten a correlation about as close to one as you're going to get to being identical assessments. We have confidence in that, Member Hughes.
Steve, okay.
Okay, thank you, Steve. Okay.
I'm sorry, Steve Cameron, can I just add, and maybe, I think a point of clarification, not a point of clarification. Can you also speak to because Curriculum Associates did its own national comparison of iReady versus MAP. And as I understood it, and you guys correct me if I'm wrong, that the work in Washoe is confirmatory of the national as well. So I think it gets to Member Hughes' question, do you need to, because if you're thinking in a regulatory framework, like, okay, we have to have a natural experiment in order to establish a cut score, but here we have a natural experiment, plus we have a national study that the vendor did, and that they confirm each other. Is that correct?
Dr. Davidson, for the record. So to be clear, Curriculum Associates several months ago sent us the 40th percentile as the recommended cut for iReady should SB 460 pass. And they based that on an analysis of the content within both assessments. Again, you don't have a district that has both of these tests ongoing at the same time. But that was their recommendation that they provided earlier. And then the thresholds that they recommended for us as we work with their psychometric team, since they do a lot of these equivalency studies, mainly with Smarter Balance and state assessments, summative assessments, is that 0.8 threshold and then the 80% match rate between the two assessments. So they reviewed all of our analyses and said, absolutely very compelling, and should you submit this for, examination elsewhere, these are the recommended thresholds we use, and you well exceeded them.
Thank you for that. And Dr. Canavero, that I appreciate the additional context because I'm compelled by the Washoe case, but just because other districts and entities will also fall under this, I just want to make sure that actually would hold true across the board, because obviously smaller entities won't have the capacity or bandwidth to do their own equivalency study. And so just wanted to make sure, but it sounds like both from this and then nationally, that the answer there is yes. So appreciate that clarification.
Member Hughes, this is Member Orr, and although I did not come prepared with the data in a table, anecdotally, I would like to add that over the last 5 to 10 years, large charter network systems like Matter Academy and Pinecrest Academy have used iReady alongside MAP, and that this would be confirmed within those systems as well. And I believe that we have received public comment from both of those systems saying such in the past. So I just want to put on the record that those major systems are down in Clark County and servicing a wide spectrum of students from full Title I schools across the board. So I think that's also confirmatory.
Okay,
Go ahead.
yeah, go ahead. We have no further questions.
Perfect, thank you. Go ahead and go to the next slide. I think this is just, you heard this verbally, so I think we can move past that slide. This is the process that we would be, and I think that, this is really cut and paste from the memo, but this is what we anticipate if you were to act for approving this, the use of iReady as the alternate assessment and the 40th percentile is the iReady cut score. Then we would notify the districts and the charters and let them know that this is an option. They would have to let us know that they would wish to utilize the alternate assessment. They would also have to attest to the fact that they're responsible for the financial costs of the assessment. Kind of goes back to my TBD earlier, and I think that that's well understood. With defer to member else if that's widely understood among the superintendents, but those that I've talked to kind of understand, at least those that are ready to do this in the next year. And then they'll comply with our data and learning requirements, and we would need to know the numbers of students so that we can begin that work. Of course, all of that would occur, and we would begin through the regulatory process to define this in regulation for the 26, 27, and thereafter. So the possible actions that you have before you is the next slide. Just we would certainly support from the department's perspective, ultimately for the board to approve iReady as an alternate assessment and approve the iReady cut score of the 40th percentile. And you see here, I have a note because as I was doing this slide deck, I thought, wait a minute, I didn't limit it to the 25-26 school year, but that in the recommendation, but that is certainly something that the board could say, like, hey, let's limit it to this year. Let's get the regulations in place, and then let's revisit this decision to, we all feel confident that iReady would move through that regulatory system, given the information that we would use to help develop those regulations, but you could limit it to the 25-26 school year only. And then when the regulations are complete, then you could revisit for the 26-27. So that would be our recommendation. And of course, any questions that you have to answer.
All right, thank you for this information. We can move into our discussion of possible action. Agenda item 9 is another item where we will have several possible decisions to make, just for the board's awareness. First is the process, as was just mentioned, for requesting approval to use an alternative assessment. Second is to consider iReady as an approved alternative assessment. And third, to determine the cut score if iReady is approved. So first we can talk about the possible action on the process by which districts and charter schools may request approval to use an alternative assessment in place of the state adopted grade 5 grade 3 assessment. This is the process outlined on slide 11, requesting our approval for the school year 25-26. Only at this time, as NPE will be in the process of developing regulations to bring forward through the regulatory process. So I'll open this up for thoughts, questions, discussion. Member, go ahead.
I think I have a question. I don't, but I know it never has been for the record. So what if a district doesn't opt in, but majority, say for instance, half of their schools are choosing iReady? Would there be a process for those schools to, like, I hate to say like override the district if they choose that iReady is best for them? Yes, like, yeah.
Steve Cameron, member Hudson, I think I understand your question. So the approval would be at the district level, not the individual school level. And of course, but the difference to that would be at the charter level, because of course the charter schools would have that flexibility. It's not something the SPCSA would do for all of its charter schools.
Member Braxton?
Thank you, Member Braxton. So why is it that iReady is considered and the considerations under SB 460 are included? Is there discussion of clear messaging to districts on how efficiency levels scores will translate into equity across different schools within the district? This question would be for presenters.
Member Braxton, can you repeat the question?
Sure. So I encourage clear messaging. I encourage clear messaging to districts about the proficiency level scores. But I wonder how scores translate to diverse schools in those districts. Clearly, there are challenges within each district. We don't have the demographic data on students' performance. And I'm curious to know, has there been further discussion in the study, maybe not presented here, just considered on how iReady would be implemented equitably within the districts?
Steve Camera and maybe invite Director Davidson to speak to Washa's experience with it. I would envision, it's a great question. I would envision any districts or charters who were seeking this for the 25-26 school year to really only be those who have some significant experience implementing, using iReady. Like originally, I think in the legislative conversations, it was just going to be Washoe, given their energy in the session and desire to find some flexibility. But then it was sort of expanded beyond that to think about it a bit more long term, and then create a pathway for districts for the state board to choose alternate assessments to the state's assessment. But that's why I think in the 25-26, I don't anticipate, I think this was getting to some of the conversations that the state board had and the questions that we were getting from superintendents about the time frame and what would this look like, and do they need to start making decisions quickly related to contract procurement. I think outlining the steps here in this process and knowing that probably in 25-26 it might be limited to a few charters, may Washoe for certain, likely if the board chooses. And I think there's one or two other districts who have been double testing as well. I think that will give us a bit more information that we can more fully address your question. But Director Davidson, if you have some further examples or some experience in given that you've been doing this for some time.
Sure, Dr. Davidson for the record. So we adopted iReady in 23-24 after a pilot in 22-23. So we really have been using iReady for some time now. Everyone is well versed in both assessments. This isn't a shift that I would recommend to any district to make in the handful of weeks we have until school starts. But Washoe certainly is ready and has been preparing for this hopeful eventuality. Through communications, we have communications prepared for our educators. And in fact, our educators are asking us, has it happened? Has it happened? So we know that our district is ready to implement this. Certainly in the first year of any rollout, even though we've been doing iReady for some time, we would want to continue to monitor our results. If we see as a result of shifting to iReady only, massive increases in the proportion of students being identified as deficient when we implement this in place of MAP, we would want to look at that. Certainly when we look at some of our kinder results, we want to make sure that we are understanding how iReady is identifying the earliest learners, given that the reliability was just a tad lower in kindergarten. So I think it's important for any district to move into this next stage of an alternative assessment to be continuously monitoring their results and bringing in other assessments that we have at our disposal to confirm those results. I mean, these are obviously big decisions that we're making for students, and we want to bring in other data points as educators regularly do. And really it was a challenge to get back to the original question that we have been seeing with MAP. We have schools that are Title I schools where 80% of students qualify as under grade level on the MAP assessment. So because the correlations are so tight in this study, we anticipate that we're going to have similar percentages, but certainly at any school level and across population groups, you're going to see variability in the proportion of students identified. And those are all challenges that we've been working through with Read by Grade 3 and how to support all of our learners, and especially at schools that have very high populations of students identified under this law. So I think we have a very clear plan in place of how to continue supporting that messaging and supports for our schools, but certainly wouldn't advocate a massive shift for lots of districts to jump onto this in the next 2 weeks before school starts.
Thank you. That does answer my question. I appreciate it.
All right, Member Ford. Thank you. I have a lot of conflicting thoughts and opinions about this. So first of all, I have told everybody I support more of a different direction in which we create some sort of Nevada-owned teacher created assessment model. That being said, I know that we have to do something for this next year. It seems to me like iReady is a great option when compared to NWEA MAPS. And looking at it from a Nevada-wide lens, I support Washoe and charter schools having that choice to switch to that model. However, from a lens of me being elected by basically half of Clark County and being elected to be the voice for Clark County, this makes me a little hesitant because it's not doable for Clark County right now, even if they wanted to. It's too huge, it's too close to school starting. And so what could happen, and my understanding of the model of iReady is that it is a little bit different from MAP in the sense that it gives feedback to the educator specifically on how to support student. And so I'll say it seems a little bit better. And again, I don't believe in pulling down some students to, like the equity isn't bad. Equity is how do we make everybody rise? So while I do support it for, the districts that want to and the charter that want to fund it themselves, I don't want to do something that's going to make the students of Clark County look like they are failing in comparison to other school districts and charter schools. And that's kind of what I see could happen right now. So I just want to put that out to the board to discuss if we're really talking about equity. Again, I don't think it's pulling the other students down, but we also have to be fair when considering data going forward. I don't want to be part of some sort of narrative that is going to cause schools to be turned around or principals replaced or something like that, because comparing the data there next year aren't the maps, kids that are getting maps tested aren't getting the same level as iReady. And I still, again, I would support something for the next year, but I want to continue looking at alternate methods that we could actually own and control the assessment model. I think that is making sense.
Steve Gamero, so thank you for the questions. I actually have been, my interrogation of Peter and his team has been related, I think. My question has been, hey, if I'm a student and I'm in Washoe County in the 2nd grade and I took the iReady assessment in the fall administration, my family moves to Crescent City, and then I'm taking the math assessment. And how different am I? Am I suddenly going to be proficient in one and not proficient in another? So the integrity of the program, I keep coming back to that, has to be maintained, even if we're allowing alternatives to the existing state assessment. Before we have one assessment, we know that has integrity. If I move, I'm still taking math. Here, so that's where the equivalency, the data, the table, really for me became very important, and I had to ask them to use plain terms. But essentially, the equivalency that we see on the table, which happens to be the 40th percentile, which is the same under the math assessment under iReady. When I reviewed the data and I reviewed it with the team, I had more and more confidence that, yeah, if I'm a student in need of reading supports, whether that's identified through math or through iReady, I'm going to receive the supports I need at the end of the day, and that all the statistics behind it suggest that that's more likely than not going to be the case. Now, I think if the state board were to act today, it does open up a conversation for district superintendent with their instructional leaders across the district to say, hey, let's take a look at these two different assessments. Is this something we want to explore? Do we get more information from it? What value add is this choice to us? And then they can make an informed decision heading into the 26-27 or 27-28 school year. So hopefully I just share a bit of the same questioning, but maybe reach in a little bit in terms of where my thinking was and where I gained some confidence was in the comparability of the two assessments, that at a state level too, when you pull all the way back from the students' experience now across districts, we have similar signals from different instruments. And we can begin to identify supports that districts need based upon the data, and not necessarily have to rule out, well, this was under MAP and that was under iReady, so it's treated differently.
This is Member Orr. I do think there's an added benefit for equity as well for schools that are currently using iReady, and something that we haven't mentioned that I think would help to equal the playing field. So if you are a school that is using iReady for grades K through 3, but you've purchased using MAP for K through 3 because that's the state required test, but you've purchased iReady, there is a gap for 4th and 5th graders in determining who qualifies for Read by Grade 3 services in grades 4 and 5, because you have to use a state adopted test in order to use that data. So what happens is in 4th and 5th grade at schools that are using iReady and MAP only in K3, they have to use state testing results, which come out much later in the year, not right at the beginning of the year, and which don't correlate very simply to just reading comprehension and the foundations of reading. It is much more difficult to look at a student's score on SBAC, a 1, 2, 3, or 4, and make correlations to what they need in the classroom for reading a grade 3 support. And so it would actually create a more equitable environment for 4th and 5th graders at schools that use iReady to look like the schools that use MAP in K5 in order to make those determinations for who would qualify.
I guess Member Ford had a follow-up, and then we'll go to Member Hudson. Thank you. Superintendent Canavaro, thank you for that thoughtful response, and I appreciate that you were looking at that lens. I guess I'm kind of thinking of it the other way, and also you could just clarify the instrument used. I'm very familiar with maps. I got two kids all the way through CCSD. I know what it looks like to get a report back and how it is explained to me from an educator. And my understanding is that iReady is different. And if it wasn't different, then why would Washoe be advocating for it so strongly if it isn't better? Then what's the difference? We might as well just do maps for everybody. So that being said, I guess I'm just trying to understand whether or not the instruments and the tool that the data that it gives the educator and the parent, if there is something additional there that MAPS doesn't have. And again, I feel like what I don't want is somebody in CCSD thinking, oh, the assessment model is better at the charter school or even a different district. And now I move to a charter school or whatever, and the parent is actually getting better information from the educator that is more specific and aligned to individualize that student. Therefore, it is better because that's going to create a lot of inequity in my mind. So I'm good. I think I've vaguely explained my thoughts, but I'll Member Hudson, you can go ahead and weigh in.
Member Hudson, for the record, both ladies, both members, also member 4 and 4, basically summarize my concerns and what I agree with. I just want us to keep in mind that being a classroom teacher and seeing maps as well, iReady does give us more of a leeway. So I'm looking at like interim superintendent was saying, well, the math test, it doesn't make like too much of a difference, but it would, because if one school is using iReady, they know exactly where those kids are at that time and what support's needed to close those gaps. Whereas maps, when they come from a different district, we don't have, we will probably have that score, but especially if they come from a charter school to CCSD or whatever the case may be, we don't have all that data up front to meet that student where they need. So that does become an equity issue, especially when it comes to the teacher supports of what supports we could give to students. So just to keep that in mind, that I just feel like it will be an issue, especially when CCSD, we have some schools that's going to be doing both. So then they're going to be focusing probably more on the iReady, and then hopefully, like everybody says, it does align and doesn't show worse. But then I don't want us to look like, oh, the public sector is lower when the charter sector has more autonomy to do certain things that the public school, our hands are tied at doing.
Vice President Hughes?
Yeah, Member Hughes for the record. One quick thought I'll add on, and then I had 2 technical questions, maybe for Dr. Canavero or others. The first just thought I was going to share is just to add on to what Member Ford said. I was sort of thinking similarly, like we do want to think across district. Given what I've heard today, I don't see any harm in sort of approving, at least for the next school year, using iReady in places that are ready to do that. I feel fine about that. I do think though, this is making me realize and think, to Member Ford, your point, is that there may be a time when the Wayne district asking for a third alternative, right? And the burden to request, approve, I think has to be pretty high, because then you're talking about like a triple equivalency test, because then when we're looking across multiple districts, statewide longitudinal data, we have to have some level of confidence that all meshes together. And so I think as we get further in that probably is going to be more in the regulatory process, I'm guessing, and the condition. But just wanted to name like what you're raising, we're going to have it like very in tune to make sure there's other potentials become in the mix, that we make sure that we're not creating even more disparities district to district. So that just wanted to name that. The 2 questions I had, technical questions, is can I get clarification? We talked a little bit about this last time. Does the initial RFP process we went through, and we decided that is sort of null and void because the conditions now are totally different? Or like we're defining one thing as like the alternative assessment, and then maybe after next year, if that RFP still holds true, then this isn't the alternative, this is the mainstream, and then we have to go and pick an alternative. Like just how we slot things in gets very confusing, and I think it hinges upon whether that initial RFP, when iReady was the recommended release set out for a year, use MAP. What's the status of that? Because I think that will inform a little bit of the process, at least item A here.
Steve Cambro, great question. It's actually something that I've been working on for a few weeks now, and anticipate engaging with actually NAS next week when I'm with them about the 26, 27 and beyond, specifically related to the role of the statewide assessment, which is still contemplated in 60. And also with purchasing to appreciate what requirements that we would be under given the new legislative landscape. So I don't have a direct answer for you other than to say yes, and we're working through various scenarios to iron out, as you put it, slotting these things in order. I keep calling it the order of operations, which are really important to consider. So yeah, no direct answer, but we're absolutely engaged in discussions to figure out how. But I'd also add to that, it was very clear in the conversations resulting in from 60 of the changes that the legislators they really liked the benefit to rural districts and the economy of scale that are achieved through a statewide assessment, and that they did not want to in any way make this have it turned as an adverse effect on our rurals. And so that's just an additional data point that's out there that have us contemplating as we consider 26, 27 and forward. So.
Got it. Thank you. Okay, so it sounds like we're still working through all the implications. So I appreciate you naming that. And then just the other second sort of technical clarifying question I had is, I'm understanding the way we're talking about cut score in this conversation is around parental notification, what triggers the read by grade 3 specific supports based on sort of where students fall. That is separate than the retention conversation that we've been engaging in. And so I guess my question is, does the retention, is that still a part of the mix, and that goes into effect, I think, in a few years? And do any of these equivalency or any of these cut scores give anybody pop? Like, I just am trying to figure out how the two are interconnected. Because I think we kind of hit pause on the retention conversation until we knew what the state assessment was, kind of still pausing on what the state assessment is. And so where does that fit into the mix? And can you confirm those are two distinct things?
Steve Camero, I was going to go with yes and yes, but yes, the cut scores that, and we've been going back and forth. I think we have always just said we're going to call it the cut scores. That's how it's utilized in the field, and it's how it's utilized. So yes, it is that score by which the student is identified for additional services, parent notification, et cetera. It does fold in and roll into the retention requirements. And if you were to approve the alternate assessment of iReady, then there would still be the continuity for those students as well. So there's really no real interruption here into the broader read by grade 3. So the integrity of the program is maintained. It still exists. Gonna have one other point, but I lost it. Sorry, did I touch on all your questions, or was there one more?
No, I think that was it, but just again, I got a little confused by the first response. So if we're voting on the quote unquote cut score, that is about read by grade 3 services. We are not also saying that is also an indication of what we want to do around retention. That's a future vote.
Steve Camero, that's a future conversation. Yes,
thank you.
And if there's a change to the cut score, and I would look at the technical experts here, if there's a change in the cut score, the data set that we have, both for Washoe and for the national equivalency, we would be able to calibrate the scores again to create the equivalent. So if the cut score changes to the 43rd or to the 37th on MAP, we would also have a corresponding conversation, and we'd have the data set necessary to make the okay. They're responding at a moment.
Thank you, Dr.
Sorry, Dr. Davidson, for the record, I just want to know, we also did submit an equivalency study for the 30th percentile, which is the retention requirement. And also the 65th percentile, and found even higher rates of matching for those two percentiles. So we also do have a parallel cut score for iReady for those two other metrics that are commonly used for read by grade T.
Thank you. I have one. Well, remember, or while we're on this topic, I just want to clarify, make sure that I'm tracking correctly. So it's possible with all the laws that have been passed in the last decade relative to read by grade 3, the board could determine one cut score for intervention services and then one cut score for retention. I just want to make sure those could be two different scores.
Steve Camero, yes, that's correct.
All right, thank you. And member Elf actually wanted to jump in first, member Orr, and then we'll go up to you. He defers his time to you, member Orr, and then he will go after you.
Thank you, member L. I just have a quick clarifying question because it's something that was mentioned on one of the slides. So the LEA is the district would make a decision, there would not be differences within the district. And then it was mentioned that charter schools would be different because that could be a campus decision. I just want to make sure some charters are together under a board, multiple campuses under a single board. Would they all have to choose the same assessment, or could each charter school choose its own?
Steve Camero, the way that we had thought about it would be a board decision, so it would apply to the campuses underneath that board. Yeah, is that consistent with your direction from your seat here?
I think that makes sense. I just wanted to make sure that we add it on record. I think we mentioned schools, and I just want to make sure that some of them are systems. Just to make sure that we're all on the same page. Thank you.
Thank you for clarifying that, member Orr. Now we can move to member Else, if you're ready.
I'm ready. Member Else for the record. Just a couple thoughts that I wanted to get out here in a points. School districts are not taking this decision lightly, I can assure you that. So every school district that has made that decision to use iReady or is potentially looking to switch over, they put a lot of time and effort into those school districts that have not. Their individual, it's just the individual context is so different everywhere you go. And some school districts have really, really good, solid, strong structure set up to construction map. And some school districts feel like better iReady. So we as superintendents really welcome the idea of having that choice and the ability to do that. I think all decisions being made in all districts are certainly with the best intention of students in
mind. Member Dawson Owens, and then member Ford.
Yes, thank you. The fact that districts are using it, charters are using it, they're paying for it, it's already happening. It's giving us kind of a pilot with some of these results. And I feel like they're going to continue to do this into the future, again, for the benefit of our students. And I think it would be helpful for these students not to be needlessly double tested. And so I believe in giving them the choice and the ability to use what they feel that would be best to educate and make those interventions necessary for their students and us to continue to learn in better ways. But I think that's what they're saying.
Thank you. We'll go quick to member Ford, and then we'll be looking for a motion.
I don't know if this was answered. I was trying to think back, but I know the answer was that it would be full districts or full charter schools under the full board. Why can't we allow CCSD schools or any schools that would want to do it individually with the okay from the superintendent to participate? That would actually make me feel a little bit better. I think there are some CCSD schools already doing it. I'm unsure, but if we have a CCSD board member here in the audience, I don't know what her opinion is, but how we talk to Hebert, can we or why can't we allow CCSD schools to do the same thing? I know we talked about timeline, but if they wanted to, could they?
Steve Camero, So for the 25-26 school year, just my suggestion, and obviously for this right out of the gate, the department would feel comfortable at the district level making that decision. But ultimately the board can decide how they wish to approve this, but our suggestion for this year is for it to be a district level so that we sort of, from our perspective, we just reduce the degrees of freedom, the number of ways that we have to manage and support the districts going forward. Certainly we could learn from that, understand how many districts would like to split and have campuses doing certain schools doing one thing, certain schools doing another. But we would recommend at this point to be the district level decision for the 25-26 school year.
Thank you. I hear you and I understand that, but they would actually really like or discuss or determine that we give CCSD the autonomy to allow individual schools to highlight if they're ready, if they want to.
This is a member Hughes. I don't know, does the law have any guardrails around that? Like did it talk about LEAs or is it named the unit? Like what are the parameters?
Yeah, Attorney General Greg, thank you, member Hughes. I was looking at SB 460 as you were asking the question. I don't see any guardrails currently. It's 204 pages. I don't know if anybody knows exactly which section the alternative assessment is in. 15.6. Give me a second, member Hughes.
Thank you.
One, to clarify right now, it's just the implementation timeline is already passed for a lot of school districts. For this year, awesome. Just because the first testing is less than a month away.
Well, I appreciate your question, member Ford, and I'm glad that we're moving forward with consulting with the DAG. That was my question as well. My understanding was that the uniform and the alternative assessment had to be a district level decision, but if there's flexibility to make at the school level, we appreciate DAG looking into that. Thank you.
Attorney General Greg, so this is the language in section 15.6. Thank you again, Dr. Dickinson, for pointing that out. Talks about administered by the Board of Trustees of a school district or the governing body of a charter school. So I think that actually speaks to the understanding that Dr. Kinner mentioned, and also the clarification about how a governing board with multiple schools. So I think it is a district decision and a governing board decision.
And so a governing board decision could be, we're gonna let schools decide. So that would be like a CCSD board discussion decision, because they would be then authorizing that if they wanted to go that direction, they could.
So the question, as I understand it, is whether a board or a school district could say, we're going to do this on a school by school or even student by student basis rather than do it at the district level.
Correct, yeah, since it's naming the governing board as the decision-making authority about which direction to go, is that a possibility? I'm not advocating that's a good idea, but I just am curious like what the options are.
So I would like to take a deeper look plus that interpretation. My initial read, and again, I haven't had a chance to look at this before the meeting, but it looks like the legislative intent is for uniform administration throughout a district and by a governing body of a charter school. You raise a good point that it's not explicit, and I can look at that, but I'm not comfortable saying that that's consistent with the legislative intent based on the amount of research I'm able to do now.
Got it, that's fair, thank you.
So DAC, considering that information, what would a recommendation be? We move on to agenda item 10, or how much time would you need to do some additional research? Should we revisit this at a future meeting or later in this meeting?
So there's a couple options. This will come through the regulatory process at some point, so there's a possibility to build that into the next regulatory or into that regulatory process. And I can be prepared for that conversation at that point. I would like to look a little bit to legislative history, so probably not something I'm going to be able to do in the context of this meeting. What I would recommend is going forward with a understanding that it is a district and a board of a charter school decision today, and take the votes necessary that have been agendized. And I can be prepared for that discussion as part of the regulatory context.
Thank you for that guidance. And I think that speaks also to the process that we're talking about. It's approval for the school year 25-26. And so we would be needing to revisit this, and NDE can include of this conversation and look into this as part of their regulatory process in subsequent school years to make sure that that could potentially be addressed. I guess I'm just like, if it was possible, and I can understand and hearing that it's too late to do that, but I think that that decision is more like the Board of Trustees and Superintendent Joan Ebert, who are all very competent. So can we do some sort of motion where, you know, if we could allow individual schools or CCSD to determine which individual schools can use this as a pilot, then we allow it. We have the reorg, we have now another, the 388G reorg committee, all these things that are intended to give CCSD schools autonomy. And if it was the SOTs want to pay for iReady, even if they start it in the middle of the year or something, they should be able to do that. I just don't want CCSD left out of this. Again, because I feel like they're going to be compared to charter schools in other districts unfairly.
Member Ford, can I provide a possible balm on my restrictive reading? I've talked frequently with attorneys for different school districts. So if CCSD wanted to move in this direction and they thought that the law was more permissive than the reading I just gave, their attorney can reach out to me at any time. I'm happy to have a conversation. And if necessary, I can advise the department and this board that I was maybe too restrictive, but I'm happy to discuss that hypothetical with any of the attorneys, including CCSDs, if they want to reach out.
Okay, that's good for me. Thank you very much. Okay, member else.
Member else for the record. Can I make a motion that encompasses all three? Okay, so I would like to make a motion for the 25-26 school year that the iReady assessment is approved as the alternative assessment, with the 40th percentile being the cut score. And permission will have to be made to Dr. Canavero for approval from the Department of Education.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Do you have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have member Orr and member Hudson with a second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Any abstentions? Okay, motion passes. We now move on to agenda item 10. And this is information discussion and possible action on the development of a board policy agenda for legislative engagement. And this item surfaced as a result of the board's conversations relative to expanding its capacity to share priorities of the board with stakeholders, specifically the legislature. The item today is to identify if the board would like to create a policy agenda or not. And should the board decide that they would like to create a policy agenda at a future board meeting, the board could then bring forward possible key legislative priorities for discussion and possible approval. The policy agenda would serve as a guide to the board's engagement with the legislature. So based on that, I'll open it up for conversation.
This is member Orr. I have a quick question. Would we also be pursuing the way to get like a BDR from the state board, or are we just talking about having a legislative agenda?
One of the items that could be on our legislative agenda is to work with legislators to pursue BDRs, yes. Here, member else?
I definitely think this is worth, discussing and pursuing to move forward with. And I say this frequently, but I feel like, this would be a good opportunity to remove some of the solos, the silos that are out there in isolation, and we have so much great work going on in the state that is working independently of each other, and I think that all of the voices need to be in the room at the same time, in the room at the same time, and just for that consistency of what's actually happening out there, so I would very much.
Thank you for that, member Hughes.
Hughes, I think makes a lot of sense to me as well for some of the reasons named. I think my thought would be that we start with subcommittee, but have that subcommittee start post superintendent selection start date. Because again, there'll be a lot of other things happening at that time, and there's a lot of other subcommittees happening right now. So, but I do think it's a worthwhile cause, and probably again start with a small group going deeper in the weeds, and then bringing back recommendations for full board discussion. Might be an approach, but I would not advocate for like tomorrow starting that.
Thank you, member Hughes. Yeah, I definitely agree that a legislative or policy agenda would be beneficial to the board. I think that was very evident during this legislative session. There were numerous bills where the board couldn't have a position on it because we hadn't formally voted to take a position on it. So if we had priorities that were aligned and were already approved by the board, that could really help us move forward certain initiatives that align with our priorities. And in terms of the format and how we go about that, whether that be a subcommittee or whatever that needs to look like, we can discuss that at a future meeting where we collectively as a whole bring forward ideas. And then, yeah, it might make sense for a subcommittee to take those and then work on those further. But today's vote is really just a yay or nay to move forward with the policy. Anybody else? Member Ford.
I'll just weigh in really quick and say, I think this is probably one of the most important items that we're bringing forward. So thank you for that leadership. And it was a good example of seeing, an issue and handling it very quickly. I appreciate that. This will, yeah, like you said, it was a little evident during the session that we could have been more useful in our advocacy. So I look forward to the next session and being able to do that. Thank you.
Thank you, member Braxton, and then member Dawson Owens.
Member Braxton. I'm sorry to make a motion.
Oh.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm agreeing.
Okay.
So member Braxton, go ahead and make a formal motion.
Sure, member Braxton, for the record, I'll make a motion for the development of a policy agenda to guide this.
Second that.
Member Hudson, second.
We have a second by member Dobbin. Any additional discussion? Seeing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Aye. We opposed? Abstentions? Seeing none, motion passes. And now we move into conversations on agenda item 11. The board will discuss and take possible action on the development of a new Nevada specific statewide assessment to comply with state and federal requirements. This agenda item surfaced from conversations recommending that we explore the creation of a new Nevada assessment from the ground up or explore alternatives to what we are currently using, for example, SBATS. We will begin with an initial discussion to explore the feasibility of developing a new assessment, and the board will need to decide whether there's interest in exploring this concept further, and if so, to request additional information to inform a future discussion. So I'll open this item up for discussion and comments from the board. Member Ford, go ahead.
I was really happy to see this item added. I just wanted to clarify that whether or not this was based on some of the things that I had mentioned about the fact that there are other states doing alternative models. I don't have that right with me, but I can grab it. And especially some options where states could create their own state-owned curriculum that has teacher-created curriculum and assessment, or assessment that matches the standards. There's also different kind of hybrid solutions where there's newer vendors that offer their assessment model and it's able to incorporate educator insights. I just wanted to first of all confirm whether or not that was addressing those concerns. And if so, I'm grateful for the opportunity to see if the board is in alignment with looking into that as a possibility.
So the answer to that is yes, all that could be encompassed in this conversation. It just depends on, the first thing is there an appetite from the board to move forward with something different? And then if so, what additional information would we like to see in a future discussion to inform that? So it could be that at this time, no, there's not interest in moving to a different assessment model or a different approach. So all those different alternatives and conversations are part of this discussion.
So we're kind of saying whether or not we want to have a future conversation where we learn about all of the options that might be available to us that are different than the traditional vendor purchase assessment models. That will be determined during this conversation. I'm in favor of it. Any other board members? Member Hughes has a question.
Yeah, so for Hughes record, I just had a question. So I know that, there are lots of people, I'm sure, who would volunteer their time for something like this, but I'm also curious, like, do we currently have any resources available? Like anybody have a guess of like how much this would cost? Like, I don't know if folks in the department have a perspective on that. But my assumption is that it is a very expensive endeavor to do the level of like data analysis you would need to be able to meet the federal like burden of proof, but I don't know that for sure. So what is the financials? What would you imagine would be like what's available? Because it seems like we shouldn't waste our time if there's not actually a pathway to do the work, and I don't know whether that's true or not.
Steve Canberro, to interim state superintendent and member Hughes' question. Yeah, if you all decided to pursue this as an option, I think we could develop some feasibility work for you to understand. It is expensive. Just in brief conversations, knowing that the board had expressed there was an interest on the board to explore this. Brief conversations with other state superintendents. We didn't get to the actual dollar value, but it is as you can imagine, if it's a conversation specifically related to assessments that are used to meet the federal requirements that inform the state's accountability system, et cetera. Those are a time-consuming and expensive endeavor just to get to the point where you have an assessment to then possible approval. So we could certainly have I think an important component of this would be feasibility to determine whether or not there's budgetary or time constraints that have to be dealt with.
Braxton, for the record. In addition to budget considerations, would there have to be legislation beforehand imposed that could support a budget and resources for something like this?
Steve Canberro, I believe the answer is yes, because of the way that the budget is structured, and how the dollars that are currently allocated to support a statewide assessment system. I think on the there's language in existing statute that any assessment that we would utilize must meet those standards. I don't know if you recall back to the prior board meeting, but we try to give you a sense of what those standards are. To Member Hughes' point, but to directly answer the question, they're very technical and there to ensure that assessments are fair and reliable and measure what they say they're going to do and all of the other technical components. So I do think it would probably be something that would in order to fully implement, maybe part of the feasibility is determining that timeline and the necessary requirements and statutes should you want to pursue this.
Member Hudson, with a question. Is it possible that we could just, not saying we're going to do it now, but could we like research it and then bring the information back to the board? Like, this is what it's going to cost us. This is what it's gonna look like. Especially since some of the members do have an interest in this, like, could we just, it's like, could be like a point, sorry. Like number 4, to help with the research to bring back to the board to make sure that we just make a good decision to see if it's something we want to do. We're not saying let's do it now, but just get understanding behind it.
Yeah, good question, member Hudson, and possibly a good member Hughes.
Yes, member Hughes. The one thing that I'd be interested in, I don't know if any board members, again, if we're just, I know we're not getting into all the weeds now, deciding it's something we want to consider pursuing or not, is what I haven't heard in previous meetings, and I was trying to think about this for myself, like, what are we trying to solve for? Do we think that the data is not reliable? Do we think the data is not helpful to inform instruction? We just heard a little bit about that with NWA versus math. We feel like it's not, that the assessments that are out there aren't strongly aligned to Nevada standards. Like, what I'm trying to figure out is, like, we need to have like a strong why before we, again, do invest the time and energy and resources to even explore. But I'm not sure what we're trying to solve for. So if somebody could help educate me on that, that would be awesome.
Excellent point. I see member Orr has a comment, but I think, yes, you bring up an excellent point, because we need to know exactly what we're going to solve for and then pursue whatever that is, not just going out blindly and without direction. That would be very helpful. Member Moore?
Thank you, Member Orr, for the record. I agree with Member Hughes completely that we need to know the problem that we are solving. I also just would like to point out that to develop a valid, reliable assessment is a huge, heavy lift, and I'm not saying that it can't be done, but I would like us to consider as we move through this process, if we believe there are specific Nevada items or types of things that we would like to test that look different than any other state that has the Common Core state standards for our NBACs, that we consider working with a vendor to develop maybe 80% of the test that is reliable and valid and all of the things that are very difficult to do, and then allowing for some flexibility within the test for us to use educators to develop Nevada specific items to add to those tests, but without taking all of the resources, time, physical, human, to develop our own test.
Thank you, Member Orr. Member Else?
Right, a couple of my comments, I'm gonna piggyback on last agenda item. It might be maybe lead into the next agenda item as well. But I think it really goes back down to the stance. Working collaboratively with all of the organizations across the state as far as what are our needs really, and versus the perception of what our needs are. And is the assessment our issue, or is instruction our issue? Like, where can we hedge for it's from, like, should our initiatives really be, not that I love the assessments we have, right? Not, I very much do not, but, I think we really, it's certainly worth having conversations into the future about what those goals look like and what we want to stand for and represent in that sense, because I think that we can very easily create a new assessment that doesn't actually change to its classroom environments. Not very careful. And so, not that I don't think that assessments looked at and evaluated, but I think that, again, kind of piggybacking off some of the work that's already started across the state, that is very, in my opinion, is very working in pockets of isolation, not bringing it all together. So I just wanted to.
Well, Member Else, you touched on a lot of very important things, and I'm reminded that we do have other experts doing a lot of this work. I know that there's work with the NWEA pilot, so that work is going on, and that might be an innovative approach that we can look at. There also is the Commission on Excellence in Education that's also looking at assessment. So, and other states have tools as well that they're doing that would be that potentially we could be looking at. So I'm curious if it would make sense, if this is something that the board is interested in and exploring further, because that's really the level of what this agenda item is. we could request to reach out to those different individuals or groups and request a presentation or really move forward that collaboration so that we're working together towards shared goals versus, again, in the silos or pockets where we're not actually identifying and what we're trying to solve for and then moving forward together. Member Ford and you. Go ahead, Member Hughes.
So just one comment about the Innovation Commission. I appreciate you bringing that up, and Deputy Ford, you can correct me if I'm getting this wrong, but that was one of the out of the full scope of recommendations from that body to the legislature. That was one of the things that is moving forward, is continuing this Measuring What Matters subcommittee, which really is tasked with looking at our entire assessment system. In collaboration with the things Dr. Canavero mentioned around NEPF and school ratings and all those things that are sort of being reevaluated. And so there is, again, a little bit of an order of operations here because that organization, that entity is also pursuing this and looking at all the options. The thing they're trying to solve for is to ensure that our assessments align better with competency-based approaches. And so that is the thing that they are tackling. So that is like a very more narrow lane. So if there's something else we're trying to solve for, then maybe that's fine to have parallel tracks. But that's the thing we're trying to solve for. Then I think it doesn't make sense to try to merge pathways somehow, so we're not duplicating efforts.
You got money.
Member else, did you have a question?
Was there money allocated with that as well? Hughes or Dr. Canavero, if you recall?
Steve Camero, I was really nodding my head in affirmative to the comments and the commission. I'll just backtrack a little bit because I mentioned this briefly in my report about potentially looking at scenarios or possibilities to add an additional year of the current system in order, because I believe the assessment and to the collective point that's being made is like the why, like what are we trying to solve for here? And if we begin with the assessment, we lose track of the sort of value statements that need to be decided in order to then fulfill an assessment system that matches. And so I really appreciate the conversation and the discussion. There were no fewer than 6 by my count. And this is a different perspective, but they all end up in the same place. I think 6 different bills that have passed the department to conduct a review of the Nevada School Performance Framework. And as you all know, the thing that animates that framework is our assessment system, and largely based upon growth. And there were 6, and working with legislators, rather than having 6 different ways or different approaches, it was essentially settled into the Commission on Innovation and Excellence in Education to capture the knowledge base and the work that they've been doing to help be essentially a hub of this coordinating sort of department responsibility to engage with various stakeholders, of course, stakeholder being one of those, over the next 10 months. So it is, yes, there's some funding to help support this rule. I'll just say yes, there is. It's a little bit more complicated based upon the last minutes of the legislative session. But there is funding to support the commission's work, the Commission on Innovation, their work. And towards the end of this month, the commission is going to have a conversation. We're working to help with the agenda to ensure that the metrics subcommittee, the committee that Vice President Hughes was mentioning, I'm going to ask that that committee help us to be the hub and develop the sort of underlying Nevada school performance framework and the revisions that may be necessary in order to then develop a district performance framework, all of which is required under 460. So yeah, the order of operations is really important, and I appreciate the thoughtful consideration of jumping right in to developing a new assessment. And I think there's, obviously places along this path that allow you all to then maybe narrow the why and understand the what problem, as you guys mentioned, that you're solving for. And maybe it's developing an assessment system, maybe it's adding different Those things we won't know until this conversation occurs in the next, again, I think it's gonna be over the next 12 months, is when we'll need to have some real clarity about what a revised, let's say, framework would look like at the school and district level. So I think that was a roundabout way to answer your question, Member Else, but I think that context could be helpful as you think about where and how this agenda item might fit on a timeline.
Thank you, Dr. Canavero. Member Ford?
I have a couple of thoughts that I want to say, but before that, I would like to kind of respond to what I just heard, because now I'm very confused. I'm trying to, can somebody answer just, who's in charge of determining Nevada's assessment model for students? Because I thought it was the state board, and that's why I spent 8 months campaigning and telling everybody that my number one thing that I want to impact is the assessment model, because again, having 2 kids go through CCSD, parents don't like it. They don't like that, really like math. So someone's tell me, who's in charge? Who's in charge here? Is it us or is it someone else? And if somebody says we're going to change the assessment model, who does that? Who is it?
So, in the state board, as you have, I believe the last assessment, part of the assessment model you approved was the high school assessment. I think that's the most recent. But the state board identifies the assessment. So the procurement process that we proposed and showed, I think maybe last meeting or the meeting before, for the 3 through 8 and science and the Nevada alternative assessment, those are all components of the state assessment model. And the state board ultimately chooses through that procurement process, the assessment quote unquote solution. And as you can imagine, it obviously then informs many different other components and other stakeholder bodies that rely upon it in aspects that they might build or otherwise utilize.
Okay, thank you. So that sounds like we could do that if we wanted to.
Sorry, can I add that? Does NSPF, I've heard various interpretations of like the school performance framework, and like, does that also come to the state board, or that is separate, or it's only tied to the state board because of the assessment that is chosen?
Steve Canavero, it's tied because the assessment, but it's the responsibility of the department to obtain federal approval for it.
But like in terms of like the weights of like a school rating system, how the math is done, that is on the state board or not on the state board?
Steve Canavero, it's not on the state board. It's all part of our consolidated federal plan under the Every Student Succeeds Act. So all of that's developed in that plan by the departments.
Right, so we could, within that framework, decide what is going to be, as long as it's within that framework and applies to ESSA. I understand that. So the question was, what does this item solve for? What are we even solving for? I'll give you one better. It solves for 2 things. First of all, I've heard many of these members over and over and over since my first meeting in January express dismay with our current assessment system, and with no other options or ideas being presented except for me saying, generally, let's explore some alternate ideas. It's not like I came and laid out an exact way that it would happen, that it's expensive or that it couldn't be done. I haven't given any specific solution. I've been saying, let's look at something else. The argument that all of the something else's would be extremely expensive is not true. That's just not true, because we haven't been presented with anything else except for 2 vendors, 2 ways of doing it. The second thing that it solves for is the fact that we don't determine or even know about what options are available. We have been just waiting for NDE to deliver us 1, maybe 2 options if we're lucky for every option that we see. There are definitely at least 5 methodologies that other states are doing that definitely comply with federal standards and obligations in ESSA. I know that for sure. Now, I could start naming things, I could start pointing out different states again. I don't think that's how we should do it. I think we should all agree that we want to hear about these things from NDE or some way that gets presented to us, maybe additional vendors. But there definitely are solutions out there. I know that they are. And some of these are more affordable than what we are already spending. So just to generally say it's gonna be too expensive, sorry, I can't do it, it's definitely a logical fallacy. I can't think of which one it is right now, but it's that. I would like the board to go forward with deciding that we're gonna have some sort of item where we can be presented by possibly some different vendors and some research of what other states have done that are not just the typical assessment models that we have been given for years and years and years. So I would like the board's support in supporting an item coming up for that.
Thank you, Member Ford. So, and you referenced different states and models and such. Are there any, part of this is to, if this is something the board wants to move forward with, is to request additional information to inform a future discussion? Are there specific states or models that you would like to consider?
There's one that looks really promising, but again, I don't want to even be the person to come in and say, hey, here's the model I want to do, because I'm happy to give a suggestion for somebody we should hear from. But I would like to open it up to other vendors that are available as well. The one that is in Montana, I believe they're in their third year now. It's a hybrid of a nonprofit that has a methodology of assessment and also works with educators to align with state standards and what is working for their students. It's New Meridian. I looked into that one, it looks great. And the reason why I thought that looks great is because I've been telling the board that we should do a state created model that we can then license to other states. And that seems like it's going to be too much. And that got a lot of pushback, and nobody seems to have an appetite to build something from the ground up. So this one that I saw looks really promising in that it is a hybrid model. So I guess I would like to just first of all hear from them specifically, but I would also like to make sure that that process or item is fair and invites any other vendors or models that we haven't been presented with by the NDE to also have a seat at the table.
Okay, very good. Thank you. And just kind of to recap, again, I'm up with my summaries today. Just to summarize, thank you. I'm hearing that the state board does not potentially have an appetite right now for taking the lead on creating a new test. But they're very open to hearing what other models might be out there and collaborating with other groups in the state to learn from each other, so that we can cohesively move forward, together. Is there something I'm missing, or is there something that I'm not? Member Braxton,
For the record, and this may just be a point of order, I don't believe that this agenda item determine which route we would go with reviewing about a specific statewide assessment. I thought this agenda item was simply to request a presentation for the development of a Nevada specific statewide assessment. And that would include information from the various entities before we make a decision. And so if that's the case, then requesting information from various entities, I don't want to limit it, right? Because if there is an opportunity to hear from different committees within that, or hear from best practices from the nation, we should open the opportunity to do so. Am I correct in that?
Yes, you are correct. The first thing that the board needs to decide on is if there is interest in exploring this concept further and the scope of what this is. You know, just, is there interest in exploring this further? So to your point, yes, we want a presentation and look at this further. And if the board does vote to go in that direction, then requesting additional information, whether, no matter how granular or how broad, so it could be a specific, it could be an open-ended sentence.
Then I'd like to make a motion then to move forward with exploring feasibility of the potential development of a Nevada specific statewide assessment through presentations.
Member Hudson, second. Member Dockweiler, so we have a motion and we have a second for the discussion phase. I'm in agreement with this, but I just want to make sure we're specific about how we're identifying who's doing the presenting and what content we want in that presentation.
I don't want to volunteer anyone, but I will volunteer. Like to volunteer, member Hughes and member else. And don't worry about it, just great. To consider which entities would move forward with presenting for this first time.
Okay, so I'm checking with the DAG, but I just want to ask, is this can she update her motion, amend her motion?
Definitely turn in general regard. So you got a motion and a second, so you can go back and amend it as long as the person who was seconded is okay with the amendment.
So she'll be with the second.
First, I want to confirm that member Hughes and member else would be okay with this amendment.
I don't understand what I'm doing.
You're reviewing.
Member Braxton, would you like to clarify?
Sure. So question. This might. So reviewing entities that would present the potential of develop a Nevada specific statewide assessment. We have committees such as the Commission on Innovation. We have external entities outside of the make best practices on assessments, so aids, right? So models. There are assessments that are used, I believe, in one of our meetings. Remember, Superintendent Eber, Minnesota, reading some conversation on that. I don't want to disclose, but if we are going to have presentations, who would present this Nevada readings on assessments? Just identify.
Just to finish with Pete, so we have an amendment to the motion. And I just want to again clarify member else and member Hughes would be okay with, since you were volunteering. To identify presenters.
Yeah, I'm fine and happy if the board wants me to work with member else on identifying the who and the what. Also, I'm probably voting no on the overall, but if the vote goes yes, I'm also happy to still pick that up.
Member Braxton, can I amend? I believe you can amend your amendment, yes, and I'll stand corrected unless they.
Again, I don't want to volunteer, but I nominate member board to contribute to the conversation. I don't want to.
Okay, so it sounds like we have a motion to move forward with collecting information and having the board receive a presentation about other models or other assessment systems out there. And we have 3 members identified, member board member Hughes and member else, who may serve to help identify as their time allows. Yes, I want to speak up. Okay, and then Member Hudson had the second. Do you accept this amendment?
Yes.
Okay, now we move into discussion. Member Ford.
I am just a little confused about what we're gonna do. I'm happy to be involved. I could give you guys a presentation right now. In fact, I pulled out my research. If you want to know, anyone, go ahead. I got 4 states right here and a couple of vendors like throw out there. But if the 3 of us are going to be a group and we're going to determine presentation, what is that gonna look like? Are we all, is this now a committee? Are we all just gonna throw out? We get each giving a mini presentation. Is there a leader of the group? This is kind of why I just wanted to put it out there. Just to get a list of, I'm just trying to figure out what is out there, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent. We should be able to know what our options are. And from there we can scale back. Again, I'm happy to be involved in that. I was surprised I wasn't asked at the beginning, but I'm looking here, research about these 12 different ones. I have one specifically that I think is the best of all of them that we should go with. And I also know we're in the middle of this motion. Are we going to make another motion in the same item? Because even though we're giving presentations about what's out there, I also, since we're going down this road, would like to request that we get a formal presentation from a specific entity that I believe that the board would be interested in hearing from. So if we vote on this and 3 of us are gonna put some information together, can we still vote on reaching out to a certain vendor and having them a report to us separately from the 3 of us presenting all of the options? Member Moore?
Thank you. I think I will go a little bit of confusion over what process we're discussing right now. I don't know if how frequently board members give presentations to the rest of the board on things, right? But I do think it would be great to gather information from multiple vendors and potentially from other states. I'm wondering if board members could be given the opportunity to provide some questions that they would like answered, and or vendors or states that they're interested in learning more about to the department, and have the department compile that information. Not that I want to give more work to the department, but I feel like it might make sense to have the department assessment office working through this to provide some information so that it's a little standardized and not coming from multiple people.
Right, I'm looking at my fellow board members. Member Dawson Owens.
I'm gonna echo that sentiment because of the time that we're in. I don't want to keep putting it off, but I also understand that we're, close to getting a new superintendent. And so I think us thinking about it, really coming back with some more ideas as the department thinks about how we can support and who already exists working in this sphere that we need to invite, for us all to be able to look at what other states are doing out there and other possible vendors. I feel like we need a little bit more time to formulate this for what the presentation would look like, but I would steer in that direction in the future. Thank you.
Okay, so we have a motion. I want to ask you to repeat it because it's been a while and I don't want any, I know there's confusion, and if you would like to withdraw your motion, that you have that right as well.
So if I withdraw my motion, then there's opportunity for another motion?
Confirming with Deb Ott, is that an option?
Correct, you can withdraw the motion, and then there will be no motion on the floor, and anyone can make another motion, including that member who made the last motion.
Okay, so then I withdraw my motion to have a presentation exploring the feasibility of potential development of the Nevada specific statewide assessment.
All right, thank you, Member Braxton. I'll make a
And the amendments of volunteering my colleagues on the board.
Thank you. Now I'll go to Member Ford, who I believe indicated she wanted to make a motion. We're trying to think of a motion that would like make everyone happy, make sure it comes from the NDE, but doesn't put like a ton of work on the NDE either. So my motion is going to be that we direct the NDE to gather as many possible sources of methods of statewide assessments as possible that exists out there, with the intent to bring them all forward to the state board and include the presentations from vendors that the state board determines they want to hear specifically from. One of those vendors to be included would be New Meridian, which have had success in Montana with their hybrid teacher created assessment model. Do I have a second? Okay, so we have a motion on the floor. Is there a second? Member Braxton, do you have a question?
Member Braxton, yes, I have a question. So we bring forward to have a presentation, to explore this item, but giving the responsibility of exploration to NDE to do the groundwork, finding different vendors, and if so, the second part, because I usually have a second part to my questions. Are we requesting that specific vendors present? Right, so the first part is, are we saying that there should be a presentation? But are we also then creating a list now of vendors to hear from?
Chair Dockweiler,
Yes, please.
can I flag a legal issue for you?
Yes, that's correct.
So I understood this, Attorney General Greg, I understood this to be a discussion about a new Nevada assessment. When it starts to veer into getting presentations from vendors, I start to get concerned that it may not be compliant with the state purchasing rules under Chapter 333 of NRS. And so, in addition to my open meeting law sense saying, well, we're focusing on a new Nevada assessment, vendors may be outside of that. To the extent that there is a conversation about vendors, I really think that purchasing needs to be involved in that conversation. And I would like to recommend the board steer back towards the development of its own assessment.
Okay, then, as the maker of the motion, the reason why I made that motion is because I happen to know that certain vendors have been not considered by NDE and have not been brought to the state board, even though they've reached out to NDE. So my motion was a way to alleviate that, because NDE already has that information. They're not going to have to go dig very deep. There have been a lot of alternate models and people that have not been given any attention to by the state board, which circles back to who's in charge of assessment models. Is it us? We would love to discuss a statewide assessment that we build. However, everybody keeps saying that it's too hard to do and too expensive, but without any actual information or evidence to back that up. Again, I saw a model that I know was declined by NDE to be presented to the state board that looks like something that the state board would like to do, because they don't want to do apparently a Nevada created model. So it's kind of like you can't win here, because we can still hear from a vendor
And if we wanted to change the procurement laws to meet that vendor, we could then do that. But what we're saying is that doing a full-fledged ground up Nevada created statewide assessment is too hard and too much work and too expensive. But also, we shouldn't be bringing up specific vendors, and we should let NDE just give us whatever they want. And we're gonna continually say in every single meeting that we don't like the assessment model that we currently use, so. I'm not really sure what the solution is, but I'm happy to give a presentation about it. I just am not the expert on these individual solutions to statewide assessments. I happen to know that there are some experts that would be happy to present to us. So what would a motion look like that would get alternate methodologies that are currently active in other states, having their people come to us? How do we get there? I guess I'll ask the dad, what would the motion be? Quickest line to be able to hear from different vendors in different states that are currently working under ESSA, and who our procurement laws may not favor right now, but again, being a state board, we could modify.
Thank you for the clarification. Any motion that is involving presentations from vendors, I would recommend be a recommendation for someone to go speak with state purchasing about what sort of presentations would be allowable and which ones may violate state purchasing laws. Because I'm not the expert in that. They have their own general counsel who lives in those statutes all the time. So I would recommend any motion today be limited to what the agenda item says, which is the development of a new Nevada assessment, not necessarily presentations from vendors.
All right, I retract my motion and make another motion to circle back to the original item, like at the next meeting, to have the opportunity to present my findings and anyone else who would like to join me about what it would look like to create a Nevada centered model, assessment model, and also I'll provide a list of additional vendors and what they're doing in different states to the board. At which point, if the board wanted to talk to state purchasing, I'm not really sure what that is. That's what I want to do at the next meeting. Have that presentation. Does that motion align with this item?
So I understood the motion to be member Ford taking it on herself to present a presentation about the development of a new Nevada assessment. And she gave some more information about what she may or may not do. But I think that she can present that information herself. So it's a long-winded yes, I'm okay with that.
Okay, getting the slideshow. Thank you. I'm wondering for the purpose of this item, if we could still do that as a future agenda item and agendize the presentation. But I'm curious about the piece here about the potential development of a Nevada specific statewide assessment. I'm just hearing that there's not a lot of appetite on the board. There's appetite to explore something further, yes, but there's not a lot of appetite from the board to, as a board, lead a question by question assessment. So I'm throwing that out there. I know that you have a motion on the floor, but I feel like that would be something that would be worthwhile for this board to vote on whether or not the board wants to take on creating a brand new assessment from the ground up or not, and then moving forward in the direction that you're suggesting the presentation. Okay. I mean, it seems like they don't have the appetite, okay, but there are middle grounds. So I could take that, what I'm hearing from the state board into consideration presenting as a future agenda item and lean more into the models that, Nebraska, Montana, Indiana have leaned into that are
still state created, but follow a specific framework that is proven, and that seems like more of something that this board would be interested in.
So I know there's a motion on the floor, but perhaps we move forward, with a future agenda item to agendize the presentation, and we take no action on agenda item 11 at this time.
I mean, I'd like to at least have something to record that we're gonna move forward with it, but, basically similar to, member Jackson's motion. That we are gonna continue to work with it, the kind of putting an item on, or is interested in hearing more about this. So, yeah, I guess I'd like a vote on that portion, and then, if not, we'll discuss future agenda item.
Okay, so we have a motion, member, Ford made a motion, do I have a second? Seeing none, I will recommend to the board that we take no action on this item at this time and move forward to a future agenda item potentially in this vein.
Well, I should request that. Right?
Yes, definitely. But I guess my recommendation to the board is to take no action at this time on agenda item 11. Dagot, do we need to take a vote on that?
You do not need to take a vote to take no action.
Okay, we will take no action on agenda item 11 and move into agenda item 12. During, this is our last regular agenda item, we will discuss and take possible action to revisit the board's current vision and goals for potential revision. Board members will determine the next steps for this process. Specifically, the board will vote on next steps for revising the board's current vision and goals, including the format and date. For example, during a regular board meeting, special board meeting, etc. We'll open this up to the board. Yeah, member else, please.
All right, I know I keep saying this I think my goals as the past president this year is to try and bring a lot more consistency and clarity around all of the things, and I think it would be really, really good not to throw member Hughes and Superintendent Young on the bus or somebody from those committees, but I think it would be really good for the Board of Ed to hear from the Commission on Innovation and Excellence about the work they've done up to that point, because I think there's just a big disconnect about some of the work that's been started and where things are kind of just to keep everybody in the same loop. And I know we want to have the same conversation as well. With NAS to try and be more consistent.
Excellent, thank you, member Ford, or excuse me, member Hughes.
Yeah, member Hughes, I'll just add on to that, member else. That was my thought about this item, is that maybe the place we start is like, let's be clear on what's already been done, what input is already there, so that we can determine what the gaps are and what's missing and whose voices are missing. Because we have like the innovation group who's been soliciting feedback. I know we have individual districts who've been doing a lot of community stakeholder engagement work. The whole portrait of a learner, we had lots of statewide, district-wide meetings. There's a paper trail of all those things. So can we start with triangulating all of those and understand what's our assessment of where community members are at, and then we can figure out what's missing, and then how do we fill that gap.
So are you suggesting a presentation from the commission? Or how do you suggest?
I think it'd probably be more than that. So I think it's can we compile all of the community, robust community engagements that have happened over the last 12 months, whatever timeframe, to sort of look at those together. Because I think the Commission on Innovation has looked at one particular area, but there's been other groups and entities that have been, including individual board members, right, who have had events and things. So I'm trying to figure out how do we pull that all together to look at the collective, so we're not duplicating and then doing something that adds to it. So I don't think that's just a presentation about the commission. I think it's sort of that can be integrated into something larger.
So are we envisioning a community work group, NAS, the commission and the board, just, brainstorming here? If this is more than just a presentation, what does this look like? Number 4.
I'm not really sure what the intent of this exact item is, but I think we need a methodology that the state board, separate from any other commissions, does every year, like if it's in July or if it's January or whatever, that where we, as a state board alone, talk about our vision for the state board. Of course, there's other people to consider, there's other groups that have been created by the legislature, whatnot. But again, we are the state board, 4 of us are elected, and we should be creating the vision, or at least talking about what we want the vision of Nevada's education system to be. And that, you know, that kind of thing should guide the hiring of the superintendent and the other committees that we form, and that should be really the shining star. So I think that it's less of talking about what the vision is and more of determining that it's going to be a constant discussion every year or so, put in policy is the way we should do this. I'm not sure if that was the intent of the site or not.
So I'm looking at our future meetings and I'm wondering if we could set a tentative goal of December 10th so that we start the new year with some current vision and goals. I don't know how we back map that, but I think if we had a tentative deadline for what we're hoping to achieve, that might help us determine the process. Thoughts from board members?
One question I have for NDE staff is, could you all clarify, when we had this conversation before, we charted a pathway what this would look like, and I think that's changed because of some legal changes around the STIP. And so can you all clarify, because before what we had said is like, we want to engage the board through a STIP revision process, and we sort of voted at the time to kind of temporarily approve this STIP, knowing we're going to come back to it with all the changes happening from session with the new superintendent, and then we're going to revisit sort of the goals and then figure out what the cadence would be moving forward. But I seem to remember something changed with the STIP, and I don't know then if that all that conversation just becomes null and void, and we are now back to square one and figuring out what we want to do, or if the board still plays an active role in the STIP, and that's like sort of the right conduit, because that is on a time frame. So I think we have to we just have to reapprove every year. So then we have to like have some sort of method to your point number one. But I'm not sure what happened there, so I'll clarify.
Steve Cambro and Lisa may ask for any of the detail that you recall. And if we don't have the detail on the timeline, we can certainly circle back with the board. But yes, the legislature did change the STIP requirement to the department. I don't think that obviously precludes or forecloses on having a coordinated STIP that includes the state board. In fact, I think the intention that I heard at least earlier by engaging and listening to other bodies is making sure that we're considered for alignment around the vision and goals rather than sort of acting alone. That would certainly be at least what I would envision to be your perspective as well as the department's perspective moving forward. And it would be the department doing legwork and then we're also contributing as a key stakeholder to the design and development of the state improvement plan. But in terms of the cadence that was previously discussed, Lisa, I'm not sure if you are aware of the dates and the deadlines. I'm not.
We support for the record. I know for the general STIP, the dates did not change in statute. I want to go back and just look again to confirm that anything related to elementary didn't impact dates. But it still is by the 31st of March, so that we have to get that STIP out to the legislature, legislative bodies as well as.
And then it's a 4-year plan, but we have to approve every year.
It's actually a 5-year plan. But when we're designing the STIP moving forward, we designed it to be data responsive so that if things within the STIP need to be revisited based on what our data is telling us, then we're able to do that as part of the review process.
So in terms of alignment with the STIP, having a vision and goal sooner would be helpful, sooner than later. As it's due March 31st.
Lisa Ford, for the record, that's the piece that I really want to go back in, and I'll have further conversations with Dagmod about whether or not, because it has reverted back to the department, does it hinge upon your vision and goals as the state board? Or does it hinge upon the mission and goals of the department? So I need to do a little more investigating on that.
Okay, Member Orr?
Member Orr, I think that Member Ford has brought up a few times a really great point, and that is that the composition of the board did change in January. There are a few members. We last year had a very productive meeting where there was board training and some goal setting and involved in that prior to new members being on the board. And I would like to suggest that we consider having an additional meeting that is not tied to so many agenda items, but that might be in a smaller place and really focused on any necessary board training and then development of our board vision and goals, if possible, again, and that that's done after we have a new superintendent who's been in the job for a month or two, so that they can be a part of these discussions.
Thank you, Member Orr. I appreciate that and I agree with you. So we could move forward in that vein, and then also that would allow Deputy Superintendent Ford to gather the information she needs about STIP.
Hey, Steve Camero, may I just make a quick observation or quick comment? You know, I don't know, I've been around long enough to see a state board that was disconnected from what felt like the work and the flow of the state. And that actually, I think over 2 legislative sessions resulted in the composition of the state board now. I think so. I wasn't the only one that noticed. And maybe it's just stating the obvious, but if the state board were to adopt the vision and mission, and somehow it was different from, we weren't able to create some consensus around what that would look like with the departments and the various other entities that are really should be all having their oars in the same direction, then we can't sort of adjudicate those differences and come up with a central focus. I don't think that that's what the legislature contemplated in the state improvement plan, right? I don't think it would benefit district superintendents or schools. And so just supporting, I think, the prior recommendation that having a fulsome meeting, a real discussion, and then also including others is a really important step to bring the state unified underneath the vision. Otherwise, you could run the risk, obviously, of having your own particular viewpoint and the various levers that you're responsible for, or maybe by chance supporting the other directions that are across the state, perhaps running counter to other directions because other folks have a vision about what the state should be doing. So I just say that as context as you continue to work moving forward.
Thank you for that. I recommend that we don't take action on this at this time, but rather that we seat our new state superintendent, gather the additional information that we talked about, and explore the possibility, as Member Orr mentioned, of bringing in, having a more robust conversation and less agenda items. Having that really be the focus of the conversation. Okay. And with that, the board, is there any other discussion on number 12? All right, with that, we will move on and transition to our regulatory hearings. For the board's awareness, I'd like to confirm that proposed regulation LCB file number R017-25 has been pulled from today's agenda. Is that correct?
This is Lisa Ford, and yeah, that's correct.
Okay. So the time is 2:34 and I will call this hearing to order. I'll remind participants to please turn off your microphone or mute yourself when you are not speaking And remember to turn on your microphone or unmute when you would like to make a comment. Of course, remember that you are on video being broadcast via live stream on the Nevada Department of Education's website. Please make sure you have signed in regardless of whether you intend to provide public comment. If you have indicated you would like to provide public comment, please be sure to note which hearing you would like to provide comment for. Public comment may also be submitted to nvboarded@doe.nv.gov. Please make sure to note in the subject or body which hearing or comment addresses. While we have an opening and closing public comment period for comments related to the regulation process, public comment will be taken specifically under each workshop. The times marked on the agenda indicate we may not begin, which we are not, pretty off of those. As a reminder, workshops are one of the first steps of the regulatory process, and as we begin to develop language with the feedback of our stakeholders and communities. That means that there's often no language at draft for the workshop. All of today's meeting materials are available on the department's webpage, and copies of the notice are available for review. The sign-in table. So with that, we will begin the public hearing to solicit comments regarding the possible adoption of proposed regulation LCB file number R016-25, formerly R146-22, regarding a pending NAC 388 number, career and technical education. Anna Reynolds, Director of Career Readiness, Adult Learning, and Education Operations, will provide the board with an overview of the proposed regulation. Thank you for being with us, and please proceed when you are ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Anna Reynolds, and I'm the Director of the Office of Career Readiness, Adult Learning, and Education Options from the Nevada Department of Education, for the record, presenting information regarding Regulation R016-25. This proposed regulation aims to update Nevada Administrative Code, or NAC 389.810, to ensure that it fully aligns with current state and federal laws concerning career and technical education, or CTE program. Currently, NAC 389.810 contains certain provisions for CTE committees that are not entirely consistent with the broader requirements found in state and federal statutes. NAC 389.810 currently specifies that a technical advisory committee shall be established by the superintendent of each local school district, which is in a county whose population is 35,000 or more. However, a specific population requirement is not present in either Nevada Revised Statutes NRS 388.380, 388.385, or federal law 20 U.S. Code 2354. Instead, NRS and U.S. Code apply to any school district or eligible recipient offering CTE programs or seeking federal or state CTE funds regardless of size. This regulation addresses this discrepancy by modifying NAC to defer to the requirements specified in NRS that apply to all districts or eligible recipients offering CTE programs or seeking state or federal CTE funds. Additionally, the responsibilities and required members of the Advisory Technical Skills Committee are listed in NRS 388.385. The regulation removes any additional descriptors regarding the members or duties of the Advisory Technical Skills Committee that are listed in NAC 389.810, and instead point to the requirements in NRS which are consistent with federal law. In summary, this regulation ensures that the Nevada Administrative Code directly mirrors the requirements of NRS and federal law. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reynolds. I will now open up public comment for this regulation. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
Chair, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Okay, seeing none in the South, have any been submitted online?
We have no written comments submitted online at this time.
Okay, any discussion from board members? Any questions? Member Hughes.
It's just one quick question. I just want to make sure there's no, because the first line in the digest talked about the state board's role, but this is really only aligning the district committee process, but it doesn't change anything. The role of the state board has been played. Is that the right interpretation?
Anna Reynolds, for the record, yes, that's correct. This is required by Perkins for grant funding and required by NRS that they're supposed to have this committee, and the NAC that currently exists is just not aligned with that, so we'd like to correct that.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no other board members, with any comments, I'll call for a motion.
Member Hudson, I motion to approve regulation, R 016-25.
All right, thank you. Can I have a second? I'll second that. Thank you. Any additional discussion? All right, all in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Any opposed? Abstention? All right, motion passes. This hearing is closed at 2:40. And at 2:40, I will open the hearing for the adoption of a proposed regulation LCB file number R058-24 regarding transition services for students with disabilities. Julie Bowers, Director of Comprehensive Student Support Services, will provide the board with an overview of the proposed regulation. Welcome, Ms. Bowers, and please proceed when we're ready.
Good afternoon. My name is Julie Bowers, and I am the State Special Education Director for the state of Nevada and the Director of the Office of Comprehensive Student Services at NDE. Today, I'm here to propose that we formally change proposed language R05824 and adopt formally the change of age for transition planning for students with disabilities from age 16 to 14. The Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, IDEA, federal requirements mandates that transition planning for students with disabilities must begin at age 16. However, changing the age to 14 is aligned with other states who have already recognized the benefits of starting the transition process earlier. Specifically, this adoption of these proposed languages would be beneficial to all of our students with disabilities in the planning for their post-secondary outcomes. Any questions?
All right, thank you, Ms. Bowers. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
Madam Chair, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Okay, any down south? Seeing none. Any online?
We have no written comments at this time.
Okay, I'll open us up to the board. Any questions or discussion? For Braxton.
Member Braxton, for the record, will the department provide any professional development for teachers, transitions, skills? The age should be really happy to hear this change. This is fantastic. But for the IEP teams, what type of professional development is planned?
Julie Bowers for the record. This proposed language change has been a long time in coming. I think we started it about 5 years ago, maybe longer. In that time period, we have already added the change of age to our professional development and technical assistance to all of our schools, so that in the event or when the event happened, that they would already know what that new requirement entailed for them in terms of IEP.
Thank you.
Great, thanks, Member Moore. I just have a quick question about, and I understand that this has been going on for a while, but are there any practical implications with 14 being the age that many students turn at the end of 8th grade before going to 9th grade? Does the planning have to happen like within a certain time frame of their birthday, or just within the year that they are 14? And does it it means often bringing schools together to talk about those transition services, which is good, but also not always simple. So just wondering.
Specifically, the language changed in Act 388-133 would read if the pupil is 14 years old or older, or will attain the age of 14 during that period of time that the individualized education program is implemented. So it creates that opportunity for kids who might be on that cusp of doing that. It also adds another area to include within the transition and planning, and that is the course of study. So it is a requirement that they would outline the course of study that the student would have, especially in that 9th to 10th grade year transition.
Thank you. Anyone else? Question, comment? Seeing none, I will take a motion. This regulation.
Member Hudson, motion to approve regulation 058-4.
That's it. Braxton second. For Braxton second. Any additional discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Abstention? Being none, motion passes. We are moving on to. I close that hearing at 2:45 and open the next hearing at 2:45. For the public hearing to solicit comments regarding LCB file number R131-22 regarding residential treatment for certain children. Christy McGill, Deputy Superintendent, Educator Effectiveness and Family Engagement, will provide the board with an overview of the proposed regulation. Please proceed when ready.
Good afternoon, Christy McGill. For the record, I'm here to present the adopted regulation R131-22. This regulation is grounded in NRS 432V.60847 and seeks to ensure educational continuity and legal compliance for both students with disabilities and those without, while strengthening collaboration among schools, courts, and child welfare agencies. There are about three, very briefly, there's three parts to this regulation. The first part is pre-placement planning. Basically, before a child is placed in a treatment facility by court order, a meeting must be convened. The regulation defines who may participate in those meetings, including child, parents, foster parents, victim kin, and relatives. The second part of it is monitoring during placement. While the child is in the facility, the school and district will, that last served them must continue to monitor progress. And then the third is guidance for students without disabilities. Section 11 mirrors the process for students without disabilities, encouraging similar participation and review guided by the statewide integrated student supports framework. We've had recent feedback. This has come to you guys, I believe, before, and we just had recent feedback from 4 sources. So 1, the county welfare entities, and then 2, Nevada Legal Services, and then 3, SB 81 punts the billing back to NDE, and so the field and NDE feel like more specificity is now warranted. So in closing, we will be taking this back to our partners. We're going to have one more meeting with all the partners around the table to see if we can get everyone to come to consensus. We'll take it back to LCB and then bring it back for you all to approve. But wanted to keep it on the agenda in case you all had any questions or if other partners wanted to come up and give us feedback.
Thank you, Deputy McGill. I will now open up public comment for this regulation. Are there any public comments in Carson City?
Madam Chair, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Okay, we have one public comment in Las Vegas. Joanna Jacob. She's still here. We'll move on to online comments if there are any.
Yes, we have 4 written comments. Actually, Joanna Jacob submitted her comment written, so she had to leave a little bit earlier, so I'll read it into the record. But I have 4 public comments. The first one was submitted by Marla Dade Williams, Administrator of Division of Child and Family Services, regarding R131-22. Please consider another stakeholder session to discuss changes. Thank you. The second public comment that was submitted by Andrea of Washoe County School District. Please allow this email to serve as Washoe County School District's written comment to alert that the Nevada Department of Education to an issue with its proposed amendments to the regulations for NRS 432B.60847, LCD file number R131-22. In October of 2022, when LCD file number R131-22 was first noticed for hearing for the adoption of regulations, WCSD reached out to the NDE to express concerns about the proposed revisions. WCSD and the NDE had a collaborative meeting, and WCSD provided the NDE with suggested red line edits. WCSD wants to thank the NDE for incorporating a number of those suggested edits into this amendment. However, in reviewing the proposed language in the 2025 version, the LCD file number R131-22, WCSD is concerned about the addition of subsection A to section 10, subsection 5. With the exception of subsection A, WCSD is fine with the remainder of subsection 5, which requires that residential facilities invite districts to participate in meetings to review IEPs and service plans and to discuss compliance with state and federal laws related to child's educational rights. WCSD takes issue with section 10(5)(a), which requires the school districts to A, facilitate the monitoring required by paragraph C of subsection 3 of NRS 432B.60847. Since the legislator drafted NRS 432B.60847 3C to require school districts to monitor the child's progress while the child is admitted to the facility, it appears the NDE is trying to figure out a way to create a regulation to implement the NRS, but the phrase facilitate the monitoring is not clear and could create confusion about the role of the school districts who are required to be invited to these meetings. This new language is problematic because it isn't clear what it looks like, especially when school districts have no control over such residential facilities. WCSD is concerned that progress reporting and the lack of control that school districts have over the operations of facilities, particularly when the school district has not made the placement determination. As such, we recommend that subsection A be removed. Alternatively, WCSD recommends that 5A be deleted and 5B revised to incorporate the underlying intention in 5A by rewriting it to say, discuss the child's educational progress and the facility's compliance with all applicable federal and state laws prescribing the educational rights of the child. This way, the child's progress is being monitored in compliance with the NRS through these discussions, but it wouldn't create an additional expectation or role for school districts to serve over facilities we do not control. Thank you. The third written comment was submitted by Joanna Jacob. Madam President and members of the board, we want to thank Deputy Superintendent McGill and members of your staff for consideration of the Clark County comments on R-131-22. From our Department of Family Services, we share the goal to ensure greater specific in the purpose regulation, and we appreciate the opportunity to continue to work with the department, Washoe County, and legal aid on a revised draft. Thank you for your consideration. Sincerely, Joanna Jacob. And the last written submission was submitted by Jonathan Norman. Agenda item 16, LCD file R131-22, Legal Aid Center and Northern Nevada Legal Aid represent over 4,000 foster children. We look forward to working with our child welfare agencies, Nevada Department of Education, and our school district to ensure these regulations work for our clients and the stakeholders to ensure our foster youth stay on track with their education and do not lose credits. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for sharing those. I'll open this item up for discussion to the board. Questions, comments? Member Moore?
This is Member Moore. I think, for over a year, I've been concerned a little bit about this and where the burden lies in the initial communication and in ongoing communication. So when I read this, I think it seems a bit confusing as to the responsibility of districts and schools in ensuring that communication is happening with social service agency or court system or the residential facility. And so I believe that should be cleared up and should not, the burden should not rest on the schools to do outreach when they might not even recognize what's happened legally to a student. If the parent hasn't been informing the school or things like that, there could be a lapse in communication. So I think it's really important to clear that up as you move through this. And I think that echoes some of what Washoe County School District said in their public comment, but we just want to make sure that there isn't undue burden in the communication process on the school systems. Thank you.
Thank you, Member Moore. Member Hughes.
This is Member Hughes. My question is, Deputy McGill, could you speak to, it sounds like there were some suggestions from different entities, including school districts, about language they wanted included that ended up not being included. Can you just speak to that, of like the decision-making of like why you all didn't think it made sense to then put that in the final regulation recommendation?
McGill for the record. So most of these, this is a bit of a moving target to get the child welfare system, the districts and the courts, and DCFS and us all on the same page has been difficult. But these kids, making sure that they have a good process. They have an incredibly complex process to traverse. So not only are they in foster care, they are now also may or may not be in special education and now experiencing hospitalization. So the confusion that we are all experiencing is being experienced at the level of these young people. And many of them are not coming out the other side with their education. So if it feels a little bit like a moving target, you are correct, and we are going to persist. We do agree that some more specificity would be helpful, and Nevada Legal Services has stepped up to help us craft that specificity. We'll be holding another key stakeholders meeting to see if the specificity again ensures what this law is supposed to do and help make sure that students who are also hospitalized get their education, continue on with their education, as well as trying to look at kind of dispersing the, I don't want to say burden, but dispersing the responsibility between all these different entities. So probably not a great, I don't know if you have anything to add, Director Bowers.
Julie Bowers for the record. I would just add that in discussion, since we wrote the original proposed language or got the original proposed language, there have been other issues that have come up, and that's why we want to bring back more groups to talk about it and create that specificity. We get from districts confusion sometimes about who's supposed to be doing what, and I think the clearer we can make that in the new language would be the best for all the parties involved.
Thank you for the ongoing engagement. That means a lot to have the voices heard. Okay, not seeing any other board members. Right. I can call for motion, forgive me.
Member Hudson motion to approve regulation 131-22.
Thank you. I have a motion and a second. Thank you. Right. Additional discussion?
Member Braxton,
Oh, go ahead, Member Braxton. I think you and I are on the same page.
yes, okay, are we going to approve this resolution as it is, or consider some of the comments that were made?
Thank you. And I remember Deputy McGill, please go ahead, because I believe that you have a proposed path. Yes, in light of the comments from so many different entities, our recommendation is that you send us back and have these meetings. Put the language back to, there's going to be probably significant changes, so we'll have to go back through the LCP process and we'll bring it back to you all. Thank you so much for that clarification. Thank you, Member Braxton, for bringing that up. Member Hudson, would you like to withdraw your motion?
I withdraw my motion.
Okay, motion withdrawn, and we appreciate this item coming back to us at a future date. Okay, close that 301. I'll move on to public comment 2, the second public comment, which is for non-agenda items within the board's jurisdiction. Each speaker will be limited to 3 minutes, and time will be monitored by Vice President Hughes. For any public comment may also be submitted to the board secretary at nbboard@doe.nb.gov. Our secretary will read public comments into the record with a time limit of 3 minutes. If the comments exceed 3 minutes in length, the full text will be entered into the record and circulated to the board. Please note that public comments submitted after the board has officially adjourned will not be included in the record. I will begin with any members of the public who have attended to provide comments in person. Please fill out a comment card. Be sure to turn on the microphone and begin by stating your name for the record. I will limit your comments to 3 minutes. Are there any comments in Carson City?
Madam Chair, there are no public comments in Carson City at this time.
Thank you. And there are no public comments in the Las Vegas boardroom. Have any been submitted online? We have no written comments at this time. Okay, moving on to future agenda item requests. The board is now invited to suggest topics for future agendas. Board member requests will be reviewed by the board president and superintendent, who will determine the most appropriate format for addressing the topic, whether as a formal agenda item for discussion or action, an informal update, or a memo providing additional context and responses to any questions raised. So I'm looking at my board members. Member Friend? I would like to request the item that we discussed earlier about having a presentation about different options that Nevada could do regarding their statewide assessment model. Okay, I will be presenting. Thank you. Any other requests for future agenda items? Member 4, go ahead. I don't know if earlier historical context information portion was meant to suffice this, but I still want an item explaining to the board the history of Nevada's skateboard governance shifts. I'm also happy to present that one as well. Okay, thank you. Any others? Seeing none, I'll move into adjournment. Thank you all for your time today, all the time, all day long. Our next regular scheduled board meeting will take place on Wednesday, September 10th at 9 a.m. If there are no other questions, this board meeting is adjourned at 3:03. Thank you. I got lost. What? Yeah. That's great.
Yeah, because that points to that, so it's going to be it's different. I was talking about specifically, it's things. Interesting.
Yeah.